continue having cultural ties with India, continue having some sort of maybe cultural responsibility, but it's almost as if you have to choose where your home is. It can't be both places. And you know, that's the truth. They made a choice, and now, you know, he recognized that they had to navigate now, that dynamic had to change. And then 1962 is a very important step where the Indian High Commission was established in Trinidad. So post-indenture, I think this was the biggest step, the establishment in terms of maintaining relationship, the establishment of the Indian High Commission, and of course the emphasis for a while was on cultural ties, sustaining and strengthening cultural ties, maintaining goodwill with its diaspora. There were a number of scholarships that they continued to give to students, university students. There were programs in Trinidad that they offered in terms of the teaching of Hindi, music, dance, and so forth. So their focus for a long while was just really on propagating culture. And then it was in the 1990s that the emphasis started to change, where it was, in addition to culture, you have now a focus on trading activities, on investment activities. 1990s is when it really took off, so to speak.
All right, so you start talking about culture and then trading, and I want to use that opportunity to bring it to the present day, to ask about some of those promising areas for future collaboration, because the reason that we're here is because the Prime Minister of India is coming to Trinidad and Tobago, and I think we actually have some footage of our Prime Minister, Kamla Prasad-Bissessa, and Minister Barry Padarat, leader of government business. They are at the airport waiting the arrival of Sri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India. So we're here today. What are some of those those promising areas for future collaboration?
There are quite a lot. Many of them have already been started. India's expertise in many different fields is very evident, and I think that, you know, it definitely is a bilateral situation, but Trinidad and Tobago definitely has a lot to benefit from this relationship. You have, well, I will deal with culture because that's the most it's very evident that it's been a long-standing relationship. But what we've grown accustomed to in terms of culture is almost like one-sided, where we import from Trinidad, from India, sorry. So whether it's films, whether it's music, whether it's song, so forth, whether it's more recently clothing, you know, it's being imported from India. But I think what we should focus on, yes, maintain, because it will be maintained, but we should now try to look at how it can, you know, flow the other way. Our Indo-Trini artists, and not just Indo-Trini, but our Trini artists, the art forms could now be taken to India. We have soca, we have chutney, and it has started because I've seen a few what we call now Bollywood films, and the chutney is there. I heard Kaisi Bani in one of these films, popular film. So it's making an impact in a small way so far. But I do think this is an area that needs to be explored, how our culture could be taken to India, Indo-Trini culture and larger Trinidad and Tobago culture.
And it seems as though sometimes we have these ambassadors who are flying the flag. So we think of someone like DJ Bravo, who is well appreciated and loved in India.
Yes.
And even going a little further back, for the last observance of the Diwali Nagar at NCIC, the daughter of Kanchan and Babla, she was present, she was in attendance. So when you think of going back through the years and the way that Kanchan and Babla would have been influenced by music coming out of Trinidad and Tobago, but they put their own spin on it, which we loved as well.
Yes, they were groundbreaking, and I mean, I grew up on that album that they made on Sundar Propo's songs, you know, I think it's 82, yeah, that it was released. So definitely they were groundbreaking, and I do think that we have room for more of that kind of collaboration, and the other way around too, with our Trinbagonian singers, again, as I say, Indo-Trinis and more, to engage in that kind of collaboration with Indian artists and performers. Definitely that room. In addition to culture, of course, there is a wide gamut. For example, we've seen, I believe it's last year, former Prime Minister Rauli, he had gone to India, and After that, in November of 24, he met Prime Minister Modi, and they both engaged on talks surrounding a number of issues. Some MOUs were signed, and also some agreements were made, still in progress. And these had to do, and these are areas that definitely are areas that can be pursued in terms of agriculture. I mean, we have a very flailing, sad agricultural industry now in Trinidad. So much more can be done, and India's expertise in agriculture, in biotechnology, so to speak, as it pertains to agriculture, it's outstanding. And as I said, the process has started, and definitely it should go a long way, where India can, skills and tools and so forth. And of course, they've started funding also, but I think skills and tools definitely, it could be a two-way process. Either our personnel, acquire those in India, and they have started bringing in personnel into Trinidad to help the situation with agriculture. Then, of course, in areas such as IT and communication, technology, and related technical services, they have also started with platforms such as India Stack and DigiLocker and UPI and so on. Again, India is a giant in these areas, and we are open to it. We definitely are open to it, but I think we need having their expertise coming and guiding us towards that definitely will help.
I think that's such a powerful point, because it's one thing to say, okay, well, we may fund something. It's one thing that we may come and do something, as opposed to say, okay, well, we are building capacity. People talk about teaching a man to fish so that you are able to do it yourself. And this is at a time when we find many nations, many jurisdictions kind of closing doors and looking inward. And then we have an event like this taking place today. But with India's growing role in BRICS, I mean, the I in BRICS is for India. Is that something that you see in the short term we can start to leverage in terms of this relationship that we are developing? Definitely,
because, I mean, India's role in BRICS, India has its fingers or maybe its whole hand in other groups such as the G20, G7, etc. So India has emerged as a very strong advocate for the global South. Some have even put India at the helm of this new phase in global progress, let's say. It's very bold in its approach, very visionary. Prime Minister Modi's policy is very visionary, far-sighted, far-reaching. He definitely, as the Prime Minister of India, he seeks India's welfare first, but he also looks towards the rest of the world, including the rest of the world. And I'm sure he bases his policy on the Sanskrit phrase of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the world is one family. So, and now you see, so here you have Prime Minister Modi's, his approach as the Prime Minister of India, but now as part of BRICS and these other groups, he is now, it's like marrying the two. So you have themes and concerns of BRICS that gel with his as the Indian Prime Minister and his vision. For example, having global governance reform for climate and environment issues, dealing with those issues, global health, multilateralism, not just bilateralism also. So these are all, they come together, they reflect Modi's vision. And now Modi has, I wouldn't say chosen Trinidad and Tobago, but I will say chosen Trinidad and Tobago to be his doorway into engaging the South. Yeah, I think it's because we are strategically placed in terms of our geographic location in the Caribbean. So we provide, and of course we can't ignore our economic position in the Caribbean. So he has, chosen Trinidad and Tobago because it will assist in his realizing his vision of this kinds of reforms and this kind of what you call a multipolar global space that he hopes to achieve. What also strengthens this is the fact that he has another level of ties to Trinidad, and that pertains to the diaspora. And he says that, I'm quoting from what he said in an interview, he said he has deep-rooted historical, cultural ties, people-to-people connection, and that's very strong. Yeah? And he hopes on this trip to rejuvenate those special bonds of kinship and ancestry. So if you take this element of it, this is what I would call a more personal element, a cultural element, a people element, and you marry it with what he is hoping to achieve as a world leader, then it becomes very strong. In fact, I would say it gives India an edge. Where if you were to think about the other world leaders, they don't have that kind of edge that is connected to the diaspora in the Caribbean, that Indian diaspora in the Caribbean. So I definitely think it will be a bilateral situation, but Modi's vision, what BRICS stands for also, and of course Trinidad's involvement would definitely work for all parties.
How important is it? Because there's a great deal of positive, but one of the things I look at and wonder how it weighs in on the equation is the fact that in spite of everything, it's just the simple act of saying we are going to look to ourselves in terms of the way that we build alliances, build capacity, build strength, because historically we are used to looking to different spaces, looking further afield, as opposed to saying, okay, well, we're going to put more of our eggs in this basket in the global south. And that can be a powerful position.
Absolutely.
And it can also get some people a bit agitated and say, I'm not necessarily liking that. Let's see what we do about it.
I would say it's long overdue. Yes, people get agitated because people like their little comfort zones. They know, okay, we engage the X, we have been engaging X for so long, why not continue? It works, or so they think. They are comfortable. So many are okay with comfortable. But I think we are at a stage where we want more than comfortable. And you're right, the point is, why can't we look to ourselves? Why do we have to keep looking to X when we've had a not so very, laudable history with some of X? Yeah. So yes, we look to ourselves, and this is one element that India shares with Trinidad and Tobago and also many of the other Caribbean islands, because we share that history of colonialism. Yes, and I think that is part of Modi's grounding and his focus on the South. It's a geographic South, but I think there's more of an ideological South also there, because in engaging Ghana and Namibia, he also cited that colonial kind of connection. So definitely, it's about time we look within. We will find that strength within, and we take the chance to look elsewhere, move out of our comfort zone.
And part of that is seeing how easily supply chains can be disrupted. And we say, okay, so until the lesson is learned, it will be taught.
Yes.
So in terms of trying to learn that lesson and learn new ways of being. But with regard to learning new ways of being, though, some people say it's better to bend the tree while it's young. How do youth factor in, especially when we have consumptions? Hey, I lump myself with youth. Especially when youth have consumption habits from different spaces, as opposed to looking outwards, and I like the term X, looking towards that ideological positionality of the global South to make those connections.
I think the youth, they definitely have a role to play in this context here. We can see it panning out in many ways. For example, education. As you said, why do we only look to X when we want to go abroad for whether secondary or tertiary education? There are now other avenues. So take the chance. Yeah. And India, there are other avenues, but we're talking about India. India, there are so many, very outstanding universities and other institutions in India covering all subject matters. Yeah, so the youth can start there. Let's say it's a start. And then also I do see the youth, playing a very fundamental role when it comes to engaging this new movement in terms of IT and communication technology. They're living it. It's their life. Yeah, so they can be at the forefront of this engagement, and of course, it will be passed down, to, let's say, the older people like myself and so on. But I do think that, having the youth at the helm when we come to IT, it definitely will augur better for us. Your youth, in terms of not just Indian diaspora, but a diaspora, I can see that the youth, they engage being a part of a diaspora differently, in a more confident way. When we look at past generations of Indians, let's use Indians, past generations of Indians, they engage diaspora, let's say the homeland, in a very reverential kind of manner. Now, I'm not saying that the youth are not cognizant of the connection, of that kind of ancestral connection. They are, but they are, and this works both ways, they are less emotional about it. They are, and I'm speaking to my students at the university, they are less emotional, they recognize that connection, but they want to explore on a different level, minus those reverential feelings. So I think this kind of mindset would allow them to engage, whether it's India or other spaces, with more confidence. And be able to navigate both Trinidad and India in a more productive manner.
Because I think sometimes that reverential manner can lead to a level of almost self-exclusion, as though I'm not allowed to. I won't go as far as saying I'm not worthy, but I'm not necessarily allowed to.
Yes.
And so you have less reservations, so you're able to explore a little more fully. You have some people who would say that play is the greatest form of research, so you don't have the stress of making a mistake sometimes in terms of how you try to access. But those cultural academic exchanges, moving them, do you see them happening more in India? Do you see them happening more in Trinidad? Where do we start? Where do we continue? What does that look like?
I think it can work both ways. Currently, we do have, it is working both ways, where India offers scholarships, the High Commission, and so of scholarships to students from Trinidad to India for study. Initially, it was more along the lines of Hindi and cultural studies, the art forms, but now it's extended to the academics. At the University of the West Indies, we also have chairs. So chairs in Indian studies, chairs in Hindi. I think they were setting up also short term for now a chair in Ayurvedic studies. So it has been not on a very great level, but it has been a two-way sort of process. And I do see more, more avenues for this to expand, whether in the field of research, both ways, Trinidad and in India, research, having institutional collaborations, we can probably have a chair of Caribbean studies at some university in India, a chair of Indian diaspora studies, specifically related to the indenture diaspora. So they have started, and from very early on, they have started these collaborations in terms of academics and so on. But there is definitely room for expansion.
You open the door, and I want to walk through it. In terms of at school, is it that it is people who look at it as an opportunity to learn or find out more about themselves? Is it a matter of, there's a more general interest? Do you need to sell the courses that you do? How does one find it, seek it, and is there a rationale behind saying, okay, well, I'm going to do Indian diaspora studies? What is that process like?
Well, first of all, you enter university, and a lot of the time, most of our students come from the humanities, which is where the discipline of history is located. Then we also have students from the social sciences, very much connected, and then sprinkling from elsewhere. You can at least have a minor in Indian history and also Indian diaspora studies. So you go on the university's website and see what the history department has to offer, and these courses will come up. Yeah, so that's at the undergraduate level. At the postgraduate level, there is also the opportunity to do your MA research paper on an Indian topic, whether Indian diaspora, you can also extend it to India. And then MPhil, PhD, you can do your research up to PhD, which is what I did, on Indian studies and the Indian diaspora. So it's there at the university. People just have to become a little bit more aware.
And hopefully we have the opportunity to speak about where that puts you in terms of a level of cultural confidence. But I believe we have some highlights from the airport building at this point in time. So we take that in as we prepare, as we get ready for the arrival of the Prime Minister of the Republic of India to our shores. slight taste of the cultural presentation that the Prime Minister of India will be privy to when he arrives on our shores. We have our Prime Minister, Kanda Prasad Bissessa, already waiting, and I'm hearing, well, that's actually a helicopter, so I guess that's not the plane as yet, but we are bringing this to you. We see members, because members of the diaspora have been invited to this occasion, and as we have more information, we will share it with you. I think we'll also have some conversations, because Sunil Lala is at that site and location to bring you some of these conversations, some of the sights and the sounds, as we await Shri Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, as he is welcomed to Trinidad by our Prime Minister. There we see Moko Jumbis holding flags, both of Trinidad and Tobago and India, a sight to behold. Live highlights at this point in time. And while we wait for the arrival of the Prime Minister of India, Dr. Singh, you drew the line for us, looking at culture, looking at trading, investment. You spoke a little about building capacity. Where do you see the partnership evolving? And if we say, people like to talk about short, medium, long term, what does that look like for you?
I definitely see it evolving into something strong on all levels, in terms of culture, in terms of investments, bilateral engagements, and so on. I definitely see it, having those kinds of strong ties. Each space, that is the Trinidad and Tobago and India, each has a lot to offer the other, and each has a lot to learn from each other. Especially now when it's also, this kind of economic ties, but also the history. And that connection is only going to make it stronger, because it's that sort of personal element there that comes in for Prime Minister Modi and also for India, because he is engaging his diaspora. India is engaging her diaspora at all these levels. So I definitely see you will have short-term results, depending maybe in IT, ICT, in education, but you also will have long-term results in terms of spaces like agriculture, in terms of new energy, solar, wind energy, and so forth. So definitely, and as I said, Trinidad is assisting India towards its entry into this new South space by the Caribbean into Latin America and so forth. So for each of the parties, there would be short, medium, long-term results, benefits to all, for sure.
And I think sometimes when people look at relationships like this, they think that things can only move from the larger geographical space, the higher concentration of people, to the smaller space. And I'm really glad that while it may not be even at this point in time, it's not as though it's just one direction.
Way. Definitely. I mean, it's one of the things that I think other diaspora spaces can learn from this interaction between India and Trinidad and Tobago, is that, the smaller country, as you say, the diaspora can offer something to that larger space, and in the diaspora context, that motherland, as we would call it. Yeah, it sort of reaffirms that within the diaspora context that, in the indenture diaspora, because it was a long period after indenture, where many people in the diaspora in Trinidad and elsewhere, they felt almost like forgotten people. As I said, India was busy with its independence and trying to work things out. And, they knew that these people had made these various locations their home, so they were okay. But culturally speaking, emotionally speaking, many Indians, 30s, 40s, 20s, they felt very much afloat in that sense. So now it is a situation of, it can come back. Yeah. So it's like doing away with this feeling of floating and alienation. So, and it also shows that you don't only have to engage this motherland figure on an emotional or cultural level. Here, we are engaging the motherland on a different level that, let's say, at the beginning of the 20th century, nobody would have thought that this would happen at all. Yeah. So it's a different kind of relationship. And I do think a lot of the other diasporas can look and learn and understand that, this is what is happening. And it gives diaspora people an opportunity to engage a different India. Because when indentured laborers left India, it was an absolutely downtrodden economy, society that they left. And now we are engaging this India, this burgeoning India, this successful, this on the way to becoming an economic giant kind of India, and in the persona of Sri Narendra Modi. So it gives these Indian indentured laborers, their descendants, it gives them that sense of pride that, India is not just about this downtrodden space that we came from, but this is what it is. And we have the chance now to engage it and engage each other, and help to each other to grow and to benefit in different ways.
And I guess that also speaks to the cultural confidence that I was hinting at, saying that there is this possibility. Why? Because you see it.
Yes.
And talking about seeing it in the person of Sri Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India at this point in time. Also, speaking of the person, seeing the possibilities in the person, I want you to speak to the significance of this welcome, this meeting of two prime ministers, and specifically the fact that the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, who is greeting the Prime Minister of India, is a woman, is an Indian woman who is the head of this party, and it is the second time that she is in this office.
This is in itself what you have described, this meeting of a female Indian Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago with the Prime Minister of India, a male. It speaks volumes. It speaks volumes for the diaspora. It speaks volumes for India. It tells of a story. We can say it is now the climax of the story, but I won't say the climax because you don't know where the story will go again. But it is a climatic point in the story where from a situation of various levels of oppression and suppression, moving out of that space, Indians, and of course Indian women, they've now made a journey to where an Indian woman has become Prime Minister. And I think Prime Minister Modi will just take immense pride in knowing that this daughter, this granddaughter of the diaspora, she is now leading a country, and a country that's, she's Indian, but a country that's multi-ethnic in that sense. So I think it speaks a lot about the journey of the Indians in the diaspora, the journey of the Indians in Trinidad and Tobago as a diasporic community. It also speaks about, in terms of Indian women, I know there's a lot of changes have taken place in terms of the role and position of Indian women in India, as it has in Trinidad also. So I think it will be very heartening for Prime Minister Modi and us to understand that we have to go back in the history, which I won't do now, it'll be too long, to understand, what women had to deal with and how they navigated so many spaces of oppression and so on, to come to where we are today, to the point that we have a female Indian Prime Minister. So in terms of, a more gendered kind of analysis, I think that it is a very proud moment. It's also a moment where, for the diaspora person, it brings you immense pride to not just say, okay, this is one of us, but also say, one from our land, so to speak, is now meeting one of us. So it is a very emotional moment, a very sentimental moment in that sense.
And you said it would be a very long tale, but asking what, from some of the research that you've done, what are some of the ways that women navigate that world in terms of that line between tradition, modernity, which sometimes can seem to be at odds?
I would say, first of all, in 2025, I don't know if we should be saying tradition and modernity still. Because too, we have to remember that what is tradition today was once modern, and what is modern today will one day be tradition. Yes, but I understand what you said. I was just being cheeky.
Thank you for the grace.
Yeah. So yes, but on a serious note, they've had to navigate a lot. We look at Indian women today. I mean, women generally, but we're speaking about Indian women, and they are in everything. There is hardly in the world out there, somebody, not many people dare say no, a woman can't do this simply because she's a woman. Yeah, the restrictions are almost all gone. Maybe in the private space you still have some of those elements at play, but in the public space, even if it's there in the public space, it's not overtly visible. But what I can say is that yes, still there is navigation between this private and public space, but I don't think it's specific for women, because a man would be one way in a public space, but when he goes home he's a different way. He might do certain things home that he's not comfortable doing in a private space. But women have had to deal with this too. It's just that because in, let's say, in 40s, 50s, maybe up to the 80s, things were so gendered in a sense, especially for Indian women, where women's relegated to things like housework, looking after the children. Up to the 70s, many Indian women did what people call stayed at home, but it wasn't really staying at home in the sense of not working, because they were working. Apart from looking after a household, they were working. Almost all women in the rural areas were working in the agricultural field, so they were working double time in that sense. But there is this idea that once it's in the home, you don't count it as work in that sense. So there was that sort of defined the parameters for Indian women. And now with the rise of education, more integration in different areas into the larger society, but especially education, you have women now moving out of that previous space, not moving away from it, but moving out in the sense that they still go back to it. It's still part of their lives. So it's now trying to find a balance. And if it means, being one persona in the public and one persona in the private, then okay, that's how you navigate. That's how you find that balance. And as I said, it's not a specifically women thing; it's a people thing.
And even looking at that, you find that societies, groupings, communities, they're not a monolith unto themselves, so much less people. So there's a multiplicity of selves that people would be organizing to show those faces. And I think we see a plane coming in.
Oh, yes, we do.
So just before that plane lands, Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar, I believe we can agree that she will be a model that many individuals, many girls, women, men as well would want to follow. Are there cited cases of individuals that she would have looked at, she would have drawn influence from?
I think in a couple of the interviews she definitely cited her mother, because her mother was the one who pushed her, a female at that time, to do away with the norms, go beyond the norms of society, for a girl to stay at home and and go abroad and study and pursue her degree and so forth. And she also said that while she was in England, she saw what minority women had to deal with, and she made up her mind at that point to become a lawyer, or just strengthen her resolve to become a lawyer to deal with this kind of inequity. So those are the 2 points that I met in terms of what pushed her on towards achieving.
Right, and we are seeing the plane drawing ever closer to the tarmac. So before it alights on the tarmac in Piarco, we progress with our in-studio conversation, and we want to thank you very much, Dr. Sherry-Ann Singh, academic lecturer, just making sense as well, sharing insight, lecturer of Indian History and Indian Diaspora Studies in the Department of History, UWI, for that wealth of knowledge, helping to set the stage with a socio-cultural context of the history past and potentially yet to come. with the Prime Minister Modi's visit to Trinidad and Tobago. And we have now seen the plane alight. And before Prime Minister Modi disembarks, we are going to be welcoming Captain Isaiah Eastman of the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment to help us have a better appreciation for the military and the protocol aspect that we will be witnessing as the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi visits Trinidad and Tobago. And this is for the first time in the capacity of Prime Minister of India, because he's been here before,
yes,
but never as Prime Minister. So we're looking forward to that. So thank you very much, Dr. Singh.
Yes.
And hopefully we're able to have more conversations
Absolutely.
like this.
Yes.
So we're taking some sights as the plane is taxiing, and we will get Captain Eastman into position. Thank you so much for your presence, Captain Eastman. We've done something like this already.
Yes, we
but
did.
This is a very different occasion.
It is.
But at the same time, there are levels of protocol, there are levels of procedure.
Yes.
What are some of those things that we're looking forward to today?
Well, DK, before we reach into that, I want to coin a phrase today. Remember last year we spoke about diplomacy. I want to coin the phrase the diplomatic circle. And it's the beginning of the diplomacy from beginning to end. And the diplomatic circle is basically what you're about to witness now. And the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force is always honored to be a part of the opening part of the diplomatic circle, which is what we're going to witness, a guard of honor. So you're going to see a guard of honor. From there, just like we normally do, you would see an inspection, and then it will continue into a procession by giving a salute, and then they move on into the other aspects of the diplomatic circle.
No, I don't know if it's maths that I'm going to ask you to do for me, but I heard a term, it's the first time I've heard it.
Yeah.
A half guard.
A half guard, yes. So there are different types of guards based on numbers. So it's 45, then there's 95, and then there's a higher number. According to the Queen's regulations and the drill manual, it's broken down into different numbers and different roles and functions. But this half guard is more so will be totally comprising of the Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard.
And so, yes, there's you said the Air Guard as well as who, please?
It's strictly the Air Guard today. So it's going to be the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Air Guard, and they will provide the Guard of Honor half for the official visit.
And when you say Guard of Honor,
yes,
is there a specific place that they're going to be posted or positioned? Because we see the plane still taxiing.
So they're going to be positioned as along the runway and along where you can see, if we can get footage, you'll actually see where there'll be a red carpet. Right, so as soon as the plane stops, there will be a red carpet. Then you'll see saluting dais, and from the dais, that's where the guard of honor will take place.
And it's interesting looking at the work that is still taking place in the short term.
I am going to tell you now. I just wanted to make mention, even if it would have come up into shot, the red carpet. The work that happens before the actual event is on, in my opinion, and the opinion of my seniors and almost even persons who are junior to me, is that it's unheralded work. No one tells you thanks, but it's work that we are honored to do. And even if you just look at the red carpet is laid down, it's nailed down, it's swept, it's kept clean by members of the Support and Service Battalion at Tetron Barracks, the Pioneer Department. And that aspect is also part of the recognition of diplomacy, because a red carpet signifies, powerful symbolism of ceremonial significance. It signifies diplomacy, it signifies a state protocol, and you can see once that occurs, there's a beautiful diplomatic scene of a dignitary walking onto a red carpet and then receiving a salute, and from there inspecting and then carrying on with the day.
And speaking of a beautiful scene, I consider this a beautiful scene, the one that we just saw, in terms of having Moko Jumbis in the foreground and the plane carrying the Prime Minister of India behind them while they're getting closer to that red carpet.
That's what you'll call cultural diplomacy. That is, and it's part of the circle. So you're seeing military diplomacy, cultural diplomacy. I mean, I can't speak to the bilateral agreements or the MOUs that will be signed, but it all fits and lines up as part of the visit.
And we tried to get some of that information from the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, but he was very cagey with it, as understandably he could be. But it is very interesting, because I can see some people even wondering, so why have Moko Jumbis there, and trying to just streamline it to elements that are a lot more East Indian or Indian in nature, as opposed to saying, this is who we are.
Yeah.
And we are sharing who we are with you in honor of your visit. It actually takes me to the term namaste, which is with the strength in my hands, the love in my heart, the intelligence of my mind. I greet the divine within you. And you don't necessarily do that with peace of yourself.
No.
You don't make that distinction in terms of like that synthetic distinction. And even that we're looking at that, we see the flag of Trinidad and Tobago and the flag of India on the nose, almost the nose of the plane.
I agree with you.
There's that red carpet that you were speaking about, sir.
Yes. So you can, to have that red carpet there, it needs to be placed many hours before. And the senior NCO, the sergeant who's responsible for it, has to ensure that as soon as the guest or the head of state comes off, there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's properly swept. It's not supposed to even have a bleach mark on it. And I know that they do their best in actually making sure that the area is ready for a day like this.
And even looking at the fact that you say that it is unheralded work, but if there's an issue, then that is an issue.
Very correct. Very correct.
Because it starts from the things even before words are exchanged.
Yes.
There are these things that show how much we think that this visit means, and there are these non-verbal levels of communication.
Correct.
All forming part of the diplomatic circle.
I mean, there's an advance party. So advance party will go in and say, this is what we want, this is how it's going to happen. And this is not this is not military language, but it's more so going into the whole diplomatic circle of, you have to prepare before the principal actually arrives. And that's something that we could have seen Independence last year, where there was a preparation before Her Excellency arrived. And after Her Excellency leaves the space, there's also things that have to fall into place as well. So it's a lot of an unheralded work, and I know for a fact, being a serving member myself, that the men and women who are out there, yes, it's hard, yes, the sun is hot, but they are part of history that they can tell their grandkids 10, 20 years from now. They can pull this up, can pull this up on YouTube and show someone, Google me, look, I'm right there, I'm there. You know, that's the level of pride that you can see, that they will not show you with their face, but they're inside, they're beaming it.
Yeah, and there's a certain courage that you find people holding themselves with and saying, okay, well, I'm representing my grouping.
Yes.
I'm also representing myself.
Yes.
I'm representing those that will come after me, to your point.
Yeah.
Look, auntie was there, uncle was there,
Very
dad
true.
was this, we were there on this day.
Very correct.
And these are the things that, well, some of the things that you actually say, all right, I'm very happy that I've been able to work to this position, because just by its nature, half guard would not necessarily be as many people numerically.
Yeah.
So you're getting things whittled away, so it's the best representation that you're moving towards.
Yes, and there are other things that are planned for the entire visit, but you are getting the best of the best, according to Will Smith, the best of the best, sir. And I think the ladies and gentlemen who formed this guard of honor, again, I'll say it again, I'm more than privileged to be here.
Looking at and even before we get into what is going to be happening in terms of protocol, how much more of a challenge is it when there are things that you're trying to get done and implement, but there would be pieces of information that you have embargoed, you're not able to share this, or in terms of the total schedule, so that everyone is on the same page, because it's as needs to know?
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of almost everything, even in the military. You know, there are times where you have implied tasks, and the implied tasks are, if I tell you to do A, and I don't give you the other information and I ask, and that information is not privy, I am also supposed to do my estimate and confirm I have 3 courses of action. What do I do in this one if this situation happens? It's something that we like to do in military training called war gaming. So we put out many different scenarios and assess what's going to happen at any point in time. For example, I remember there was a military diplomatic course I did, and they made mention of, what if a horse dies? Do I have an excavator to lift the horse off? Or what are my actions on for any type of circumstance or situation based on my restraints, based on on things that I have available to me, my resources? So these are the things that you may not be aware of all the things, but you try to plan for everything.
Is initiative allowed like that?
Yes. Yeah. And initiative is allowed. You also have to know how to go about doing it.
I like how you put in that qualifier.
Yes.
Because I think sometimes people may lean towards saying, okay, well, there's an instruction.
Yes.
And you carry it out to the best of your ability.
Yes.
The best of your ability is to get it done.
Yeah.
But to your point, the implied instruction, which may need you to add a few steps.
Right. And in adding those few steps, you always go back to your commander who gave you the instruction, and you seek clarity. And from that, once you get clarity, you continue along your task.
Speaking of tasks, as we see some members of the diaspora waiting to welcome the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, I see 2, and we have the Indian flags as well,
yes,
or the flags of the Republic of India.
Yes.
I see 2 sets of stairs.
Right. On the plane?
Yes. Who uses what stairs?
Right. So that I'm glad you recognize that. If you can look beyond the shot, you're going to see there was a van that pulled up behind it. Right. That's assistants, a staff, all auxiliary staff that would there we go.
We see some people disembarking.
There we go.
Now.
You have your media. Now they go through a different aspect and then a different door, and then from there you will see the Honorable Prime Minister actually coming down the main stairway.
I think there will even be the opportunity for, let me say, image taken, because I don't want to say shot,
Right.
or video footage taken of the Prime Minister of India, possibly at the top of the stairs.
Possibly. I think, I'm not sure what a goodly cameraman would do, but yeah, I believe so.
But we're trying to get everything to the individuals tuned into this broadcast. And even when we were looking at some of the people waiting, I saw someone looking, it seems as though he was in a Ram Leela costume. But here we have our Prime Minister, who is getting ready to greet Prime Minister Modi.
Yes.
The Honorable Kamala Prasad Bissessa. And we see a gift of flowers that will also be presented to Prime Minister Modi.
Yes. That is the aide, Captain J. Richards.
And even like the saying, I was there at this point in time. I think this young man is forever going to remember this as a point in his life.
Yes, I agree with you.
So we're getting ready to see who next will be disembarking. You see there is a measured approach. I even like the mix of the gentlemen, because I believe this young man is a performer. He's been on 12 and Under as well on TTT.
Okay.
We have Minister Sean Sobers, Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. I'm seeing, I believe this is the Indian High Commissioner as well as the person in charge of protocol at Piako airports. On the carpet to greet Prime Minister Modi. And yes, it does look as though the unheralded work was quite successful.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
And the fact that there's so many incremental nuances placed in, it makes me even wonder whether or not there might be a reason that we have some people who are on the red carpet, some people who aren't. But or is this me overthinking?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure with respect to the amount of persons on the red carpet.
So we'll be looking at positioning, where the half guard will be,
Yes.
where Madam Prime Minister will be, because we also have members of the cabinet as well.
I'm seeing that. So DK, just to inform our viewing public, or the viewing and listeners as well, a quarter guard or a guard of honor, it symbolizes, it's a form of symbol and respect and tribute. It is used to honor dignitaries, heads of state, royalty, fallen soldiers, important guests. It represents the highest form of military respect. It also displays discipline and precision. From the time the guard commander calls his word of command and the soldiers or the defense force personnel execute their drill with precision, it shows that level of professionalism, discipline, and coordination. It's also cultural and historical. Once a state visit, its honor represented and shown to a foreign leader. It's also used in opening of parliament, as we would have seen a couple of months ago. National pride. It also expresses the democracy and change of power. Diplomacy is at show. It is a diplomatic gesture that grants respect, goodwill, and strengthening of bilateral relations between two states.
And it's interesting the levels that diplomacy can run at. There are things that you see in terms of what we're seeing now.
Yes.
There are also things that you don't see.
Yes.
And sometimes those unheralded, to use your term, things that fly below the surface that so few people know about, have such far-reaching implications and effects.
Yes.
So we see some members of the airport authority getting ready almost at the forehatch.
Yes.
So we're waiting to see when it opens. And who's the first person to disembark from the front of the plane?
Well, I am not aware of that, but I can, if I'm to make an educated guess, it may be the Prime Minister's chief of protocol.
Okay, but at this point in time, we see that members of the Trinidad and Tobago cabinet, they've been escorted by a protocol officer to form the greeting line along the red carpet. And the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, the Chief of Protocol, and the High Commissioner for India, they apparently will board the aircraft.
Right.
So we're looking forward to see that at this point in time. Elements. And let me also mention the fact that you see how those flags are rippling in the breeze.
Yes.
Now, we would have done a site visit earlier to make sure that things are the way they're supposed to be.
Right.
And that breeze is nothing to sniff at. So just looking at the fact that wanting to represent themselves well,
yes.
Sometimes you see that slight side to side, which is also a form of helping to maintain balance as opposed to just trying to remain static with it. I remember you said there's a trick you do
That's
sometimes
the trick of the trade, yes.
in terms of
heel
moving
to toe. Yes.
Heel to toe
Yes.
inside your boots?
Yes, inside your boots. But you don't do it too quickly because that's one of the close arrest charges. One of the close arrest charges would be forms of close arrest would be idleness on parade. So if you're moving, if you're idle, we have this statement that we say if a fly lands on you or a mosquito lands on your face, you say let it feed. You're not to touch it because you'll be in violation of that standing order. And you can be placed under close arrest.
You'll say these things and hurt my feelings sometimes.
It's not a hurt feelings part. It's actually a part of, again, what the military represents, which is precision, discipline. This also here is part of the highest representation that any soldier can give to a head of state. And if you look at it, if I'm to draw a number of dots, all the dots make up, close dots together make up a solid line. If I'm to do that, this aspect here, if I misrepresent or I'm idle on parade, I am going to destroy the entire picture that someone has of Trinidad and Tobago and put a stain on the diplomatic circle of which I am carded to uphold.
And just looking at that point, I think that is one of the things I'm going to take away with regard to this broadcast as well, in terms of that those series of dots, you put them close together, you get that solid line. So everyone has a part to play.
That
it
is
might
correct.
be different, it
Yes.
might be varied, but at the same time, all hands on deck, as some people say.
Yes, because if the pioneers from the pioneer department did not lay the carpet properly, it would have also presented a form of disrespect. If all the members of the Air Guard suddenly turned up unwell, and we had no one to do the Guard of Honor, which would have hardly ever happened. It all plays a part. We all have a role to play.
And we're looking at the roles that are being played at this point in time as the members of the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago are awaiting. And it is interesting because Prime Minister Modi was carded. The plane was originally supposed to reach a little later, and then we heard it was reaching earlier.
Right.
And then it felt as though it found this golden mean.
Yes.
So, and part of these things can be checks. And how important are those checks? And one of the things I appreciate about the armed services is the way that things will be done real time to get the incremental time down to the second.
Yes. It's really important, because if we take and act like everything like what we're doing is extremely serious, it's going to reflect on the real day. So that's why you have rehearsals and dress rehearsals, and you walk through the entire thing. You make sure that you rehearse correctly. You, as the guard commander, will recite your word or commands in your head or even loudly, because you don't want to make a mistake. And the most important thing, one of the most important things, is to ensure that you put on a good show, and you represent well, because it's going to be put down in history that you were the guy, and nobody wants to be that guy.
And the thing is, sometimes those things live so much longer and they have so much more legs.
Yes, than the actual truth of the day. One mistake may actually mar the entire visit, and that's why we want to ensure that we have a proper execution.
So we see more movement, and it seems as though this is another group of individuals who have come from the rear of the plane.
And there are things that you won't see as well too. The Defense Force at times will also be responsible for transportation, and arms of the Ministry of Defense will also be part of transporting some of the dignitaries, some of the assistants from point A to point B. And that's part of the inherited work, part of the dots you don't see, part of the things that you would not know. In short, we have a shot of the colors, the Air Guard colors.
I'm not used to seeing them by themselves.
That's correct. Yeah. We are currently Piaco. The Air Guard is stationed at Piaco International Airport, UCAS station, Ulrich Cross Air Station.
There we have that door being opened. More checks being done. And we will expect the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, the Chief of Protocol, and the High Commissioner for India to board the craft.
Yeah. Seeing that happening.
And they would have actually done so in that order as well.
Yes.
And it always brings you in a little more to hear natural sound.
Yes.
But we would have spoken to the situation because you're actually hearing some of that breeze at this point in time. Is that one of the vehicles
That
that
is
you were
correct.
speaking about?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, we just had the High Commissioner for India. Then we have Minister Showan Sobers, Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, disembarking. Now have the Chief of Protocol. And next we should see the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
Correct. Once he disembarks the plane, you're going to see the Prime Minister of India take a position at the saluting dais. The guard commander will order the general salute, present arms. The general salute fanfare will be played, the national anthem of India and the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
And there we have the man himself.
Historic moment as his feet lands on the soil of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, we have that first exchange with the Honorable Kamala Prasad Visesa presenting the Prime Minister Modi with a bouquet of flowers. And then we have young Mr. I believe it's Zaydan. And there he's posing for a shot. Possibly admiring his attire. We can see that Prime Minister Modi has a sense of the occasion as well, and he's even directing individuals to where they should be posing with him for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
I totally agree with you.
The Chief of Protocol just introduced Prime Minister Modi, and was this to the captain?
This is to Captain Naval Don Polo, Commanding Officer of the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. This is the saluting dice that we were talking about earlier.
And other members of the Prime Minister's entourage would have exited the rear of the aircraft.
Yes. National anthem of India. They're currently the guard commander has just ordered arms, shouldered arms, and ordered arms. The guard commander will march up, salute, and report to the Honorable Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India, and invite him to inspect the guard, accompanied by the Chief of Defense Staff representative. Guard commander will now escort the Prime Minister of India to inspect the guard, along with the Chief of Defense Staff representative, Captain Naval Don Polo.
And looking at the bilateral relations that this visit is supposed to engender and develop, it is very interesting. The song that is being, or should I say it is quite apt, the song that is being played, One Love,
Yes.
by Shadow. Prime Minister Modi is now being introduced to the government MPs by the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Everyone trying to get that one shot.
$1 million shot.
There we have the Igbo rhythm being played by members of the Malik folk performers. We should also see cultural display by Shiv Shakti dancers and the Malik folk performers, who themselves have a very good working relationship together, showing us what we can be as a people.
The expression of Trinidad and Tobago, I would say. you feel that thing, that tingling sensation of pride, nationalism, that nationalistic kind of just joy inside? Do you feel it?
I do. I'm also looking at logistics.
Okay.
And I say logistics in the sense that I can imagine Prime Minister Modi almost having an internal clock saying, okay, he wants to spend the exact amount of time by both aspects of the cultural display.
Yes.
And now he's being greeted by the 100-person diaspora contingent who are gathered on the carpet. I'm also looking at the work being done by members of services, head on a swivel, making sure that no one in their charge and their care.
Everyone has a role to play, part of adding up to the dots.
Yes, It's very interesting what you see in a broadcast like this versus those $1 million shots where we get a curated view.
Yes.
Or we get an idea of the person behind the lenses vision at that point in time.
Right. Yes, that is very true.
And sometimes it's just the opportunity that they had because that is the space that they were in.
Yeah.
It's also such a display of stakeholders that have to come together to make an event like this happen. As Prime Minister Modi is getting ready to proceed to his vehicle in the motorcade. And even looking at the logistics at this aspect of the proceedings, because you would have individuals who would have just met Prime Minister Modi on the red carpet, been introduced to him, having to leave in advance to make sure that they're there to greet him when he arrives.
Yes.
And I guess that would be part of the reason that we had some places closed to allow for, hopefully, easier movement of traffic?
Yeah, I would think so. And the infrastructure is already in place for us to execute that. So I believe that could be one of the reasons why.
And the lights on the vehicles also help.
It's an added on feature.
One that is usually worked quite hard for, as we see the flag of India on the vehicle.
Yes.
we spoke of pride, and sometimes we think that pride might just be in individuals who are in the armed services or some aspects of the defense services. You see these gentlemen part of the Airport Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, making sure that nothing ill takes place under their watch as well. As we still have the joint display of culture between Malik and Shiv Shakti.
Yes.
And once again, looking at the fact that this is taking place in conditions where, one, they're standing, as we see the Prime Minister taking off to be part of that motorcade, heading to where he's going to eventually meet more of the diaspora.
Yes.
Because at this point in time, on the tarmac, it was just 100 members of the diaspora. So we invite you to stay tuned to TTT Limited, where there will be the opportunity for more members of the diaspora to see him closer.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, DK. This was a historic day that everyone who witnessed it, who participated, who was in front, who was behind, they must be proud of this day. I would say a job well done to all persons who would have made this day a success.
And there you have it. The Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Shri Narendra Modi, is in Trinidad and Tobago. And it has been our pleasure bringing you the coverage thus far.
Yes. We
thank our subject matter experts, Dr. Sharian Singh of the University of the West Indies, as well as Captain Isaiah Eastman of the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment.
Yes.
And I'm DK Roster. On behalf of all of us here at TTT Limited, we invite you to stay tuned because our coverage is not finished yet, as Ria Rupchan Singh will let you know. Ria, you're going to take people through the events unfolding at the Cultural Diaspora event at the National Cycling Velodrome.
Yes,
how do you feel of what we've seen thus far?
Well, so far, I mean, seeing, the welcome that the Prime Minister has gotten from the diaspora, from Trinidad and Tobago, I'm really looking forward to now looking at the cultural aspect of things that will be taking place. And thank you, DK, for that very insightful discussion and comprehensive discussion as well that we just had there as the Prime Minister came into Trinidad and Tobago. The cultural aspect, as we mentioned this afternoon, will be taking place at the National Cycling Velodrome, and that will begin in a very short while. And of course, the highlight will be the addresses by both the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and, of course, our distinguished guest, the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India. So we do invite you to stay with us here on TTT and TTT Live Online, as we will be bringing you coverage of those proceedings. We will be taking a short break and we'll be right back as we get a view there of what the velodrome is looking like. So stay with us.
I am very, very happy and proud to be a lucky Big Ride winner. On that day, I bought 10 scratch. I scratched 6 scratch, and I didn't win anything. I was disappointed. I said, wait, I lost again. When I scratched 7 scratch, I realized that I won the big ride. I couldn't believe it, but God's blessing for me on that day was way more than I imagined. I never thought I would be a big ride winner. I never thought I would win the big ride. I never thought the big ride prize was actually real. But I always tell myself that I would win a big cash prize one day. Well, God plans was bigger for me. We never thought it was possible, but
Yeah, so we get through.
we get through. We will get through.
Welcome to this afternoon's Playway Pick 2 and Pick 4 draw, supervised by independent auditors KPMG and presided over by the National Lotteries Control Board. Good luck, everyone.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the NLCB's 4 o'clock draw for Thursday, 3rd July 2025. Let's begin with our Playway draw. And this afternoon's 4 o'clock winning Playway number is a number 7. Lucky mark is called number 7. Hold on to your ticket. The Playway jackpot could still be yours. Remember, you don't need to win your mark to win the jackpot. Players win bigger mega mix payouts for no additional cost with our upsized prizes. $80 with the mega, $110 with the mega ultra, and $130 with the mega extreme. All for a minimum bet of $1 each. Now for our mega mix selection. Players Playway number 7, Hog has called along with all 3 white balls. Keep on playing. You've won the base payout of $26 for every $1 played. Now for a Playway jackpot draw. Players, remember, once you play your mark with at least one mega mix option, you have a chance to win your share of the Playway jackpot. Yes, with each mega mix option played, you receive a set of 5 jackpot numbers. Match all 5 numbers in any order and win. The bigger your mega wager, the bigger share you win. This afternoon's 4 o'clock Playway jackpot is $45,638.81. The first number is 36. Second is 31. The third, 13. Fourth is 20. And the fifth and final number, 33. Repeating this afternoon's 4 o'clock Playway jackpot numbers in any order: 36, 31, 13, 20, and 33. Play now, don't miss out on your chance to roll big with the Playway jackpot. And now for our pick 2 numbers. The first pick 2 number, 15. Once again, 15. And the second pick 2 number, 14. Once again, that's 14. This afternoon's pick 2 numbers, 15 and 14 in that order. Now for a pick 2 mega to the max selection. Our mega machine is loaded with 2 white balls and the mega ball. If a white ball calls, there will be no extra payout. However, when the pick 2 mega ball calls, players who wagered an extra $5 minimum on the mega ball will win the base prize of $2,000 plus the increased mega to the max prize of $6,000 if they match 2 numbers in the correct order. And we have the Mega Ball. Congratulations to our Pick 2 Mega to the Max winners. Pick 2 numbers 15 and 14 have called in that order with the Mega Ball. Not only have you won your base payout, but your additional Mega to the Max prize. Now for our 4 o'clock Pick 4 numbers. The first to pick 4 number is the number 9. Second, 7. The third is 4. And the fourth is another 9. I will repeat this afternoon's winning pick for numbers 9, 7, 4, and 9. In that order, congratulations to all winners. Players, why not try NLCB's $100 scratch game, Cash King? Scratch to reveal a vibrant full color play area with 34 chances to win up to $1 million and over $18 million in total prizes. It's your chance to rule your kingdom and live like royalty with NLCB Scratch Cash King. Scratch, match, and win. In some Cashpot news, 7 lucky players chose yesterday's 5 winning numbers and each won $26,725. Congratulations to those lucky Cashpot winners. Play today for your chance to hit the Cashpot jackpot. And remember, today at our 7 p.m. draw, you can win 4, 3, or 2 times the prize amount for every 4 or 3 numbers matched with our Cashpot multiplier show call promotion. Play today to hit the Cashpot jackpot. And make life easier with VIA. Remember, you can pay your rental mortgage to the Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation, the HDC, as well as purchase mobile phone top-ups and make various bill payments in over 1,300 NLCB lottery centers nationwide. Thanks for joining us. This is again at 7 p.m. for another Playway Pick 2, Pick 4, and Cashpot Draw.
Please be advised that the broadcast of today's 7 p.m. NLCB Playway Draw will be delayed on TTT and Talk City 91.1 FM to facilitate live coverage of the Community Cultural Engagement event at the National Cycling Velodrome featuring the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi Jai, Prime Minister of the Republic of India. However, the 7 p.m. Playway Draw will broadcast live on Next 99.1 FM and Sweet 100.1 FM as scheduled. The pre-recorded broadcast of the live draw will be aired on TTT immediately after this event. We apologize for any inconvenience caused.
This is TTT. Live for local.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to coverage of the visit of the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Shri Narendra Modi, as we are getting ready to take you to the cycling velodrome, the National Cycling Velodrome, where the cultural aspect of the proceedings are about to begin. And this afternoon, we're going to be seeing a variety of performances and a diverse program. They're going to be bhajans as well as qasidas, the national instrument of Trinidad and Tobago, of course, the steel pan is also going to be played as well. There'll be folk songs as well as tassa drumming by many organizations and schools from across the nation. So they are in fact just about getting ready to begin with the opening prayer and invocation, which will be done by the Chinmaya Mission students, and many other events are going to be taking place as well. As I said, so many various bhajans, qasidas, and all of this in this cultural presentation. So we take you now to the National Cycling Velodrome for the Cultural Diaspora presentation.
The Chinmaya Mission has been established here in Trinidad and Tobago for decades. And they've excelled tremendously in education, all because of the samskaras. And the primary and the high school students from the Chinmaya Mission, in which the samskaras are instilled from infancy, the Chinmaya Mission Vidyalaya will now engage us in the recitation of the Purusha Suktam.
Om Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Om Shri Saraswatyai Namaha. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Om Tatsamyo Ravanimahe Gatum Yajnaya Gatum Yajnapataye Devi Swastirastunaha Swastirmanushebyah Udvam Jagatu Beshajam Shanno Astu Dvipade Shan Chatushpade Om Shanti 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 Om Sahasrashirha Purusha Sahasraksha Sahasrapat Sabhumim Vishvato Vritva Atyatishta Dashamulam Purusha evedagum sarvam Yad bhutam yad chabhavyam Utamritattvaseshana Yadannena tirohati Yetavanasya mahima Ato jayagum shapurusha Parosya vishva bhutani Triparasya amritam divi Tripadurva uday purusha Parosya bhavat punaha Tato vishvanvyakramata Sashananashane abhi Tasmad virarajayata Virajo adipurusha Sajato atyarikshata Pashad bhumimato puraha Yat purushena havisha Deva yagyamatanvata Vasanto asyasi yajam Grishma idma sharadavi Saptasya sanvaridayah Trisapta samirakritaha Devaya yajnam tanvanaha Avarnan purusham pashum Tam yajnam varishi prakshanna Purusham jatamagrataha Tena devaya janta Sajarishayashaye Tasmad yajnat sarvauta Samritam rishadajam Pashugam stagnichakre vayavyana Aryanyan gramyashaye Tasmad yajna sarvabhuta Richasamani jagnire Chandagumsi jagnire Tasmad Yadushtasmad ajayata Tasmad ashva ajayata Yekecho bayadata Gavoha jagnire Tasmad Tasmad jata ajavaya Yat purusham yadadu Yatidavya kalpayan Mukam kimasya bahu Kaburu pada gucchete Brahmanosya mukamasi Bahura janyakrita Urutarasya yadaisha Padvyagum shudro ajayata Chandrama manaso jata Chaksho suryo ajayata Mukhadindra shravishta Pranad vayurajayata Navya asidhantariksham शीर्ष्णोद्यौ समवर्तत पद्भ्यां भूमिर्दिशः श्रोत्रात् तथा लोकागम् अकल्पयन् वेदाहमेतं पुरुषं महान्तम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसस्तु पारे सर्वाणि रूपाणि विचित्य धीरः नामानि कृत्वा विवदन्यदास्ते दाता पुरस्ताय मुदा जहार शक्रप्रविद्वान् परिशस्त्रतस्त्र तमेवं विद्वानमृतः न भवति नान्यः पन्थायनाय विद्यते यज्ञेन यज्ञमयजन्त देवाः तानि धर्माणि प्रथमान्यासन् ते हनाकं महिमानः सृजन्ते यत्र पूर्वे सार्या सन्ति देवाः ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओम श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरि ओम।
हमारे बच्चे तो हमारे भविष्य है. Our children are the future. If the right samskaras are inscribed into the innocent minds of the children of the nation, then tomorrow is taken care of. Hence, the Chinmaya mission impacting on the innocent minds of the young children of our nation. It's all a vision of Pujaniya Gurudev Swami Chinmayananda ji, and also here in Trinidad and Tobago, Pujaniya Swami Prakash Anand ji. Over the past decades, the Hindu Prachar Kendra, which has been established for the last 40 years, mantra of the year has been coined, in which a mantram from our shastras, our scriptures, it is taken, it is viewed differently, and it gives a direction for the year for Hindus as we journey through the entire year. In the year 2000, and that's when the Prime Minister of India was also here in Trinidad, his first visit to Trinidad. In the year 2000, the mantra of the year was Atmano Mokshartam Jagad Hitayacha. Moksha is the ultimate goal from Sanatan Dharma, from the standpoint of Sanatan Dharma. Liberation or freedom or emancipation or oneness with the universe. So Atmano Mokshartam, self-realization of oneself. But if one has to gain moksha or liberation, it also has to be Jagat Hitayacha, for the well-being of the entire world. Hence, to present Atmano Mokshartam Jagat Hitayacha, I now present the choir of the Hindu Prachar Kendra.
Jagat Hitaya कुम्भकम् आत्मनो मोक्षार्थं जगद्हिताय च आत्मनो मोक्षार्थं जगद्हिताय च We are that same Jagat Guru. We are the same Jagat Janani too. The same Rama, the same Shama, and Sita unbending to Ravana. Danichi is every bone of our frame. The Shakti of Durga is the blood in our vein. Bansuri and Aro are our hands for self and for world. We must, we can. Atmano mokshartam jagadhitaya cha. Atmano mokshartam jagadhitaya cha. Know that now is the right time. Feel it stirring in your spine. Hear the Gandivam call so clear. Speak, the Hindu must have no fear. Walk boldly and have no fear. Rise, Lakshman with Sanjeevan. Rise, Arjun, now you understand. Rise, Hindus, wherever you are. For us, for all, that's Dharma. Atmano mokshartam jagadhitaya cha. Atmano mokshartam jagadhitaya cha. The sankalpa of our dharma. Serve, serve, serve the welfare of the world. But first, we have to lift our own self. Rise, 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 a strong united whole. Rise, 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 a strong united whole. Rise, 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 a strong united world. Trinidad or Tobago Desh ki Jai. Bharat Mata ki Jai. Shri Satya Sanatan Dharma ki Jai. Har Har Mahadev. Jai Shri Ram. Jai Shri Ram.
I'd like to welcome our international viewers as well to this event. It's one that we have looked forward to with great anticipation, great expectation, and we hope that it will yield great results. This is like 2000 in the year 2000, and now we are in 2025, and anyone who is familiar with the ashramas of life will know that brahmacharya begins and goes up until 25 years of age, and then one goes into the grihastha ashram. So the studentship, the learning, becoming who you are meant to be in society takes place during the first 25 years of an individual's life, after which there is an engagement and a social contract is made, and the couple work together for the enrichment of society. This is what struck me when I learned that the Pradhan Mantri, Shriman Narendra Modi came 2000, and now he's coming back in 2025. We look forward to a fruitful, beneficial relationship. What we are going to see now is a film dance. The song is Aaj Radha ko Sham Yaad Aa Gaya, and it's taken from the film Chand Ka Tukda. In this dance, the dancers show their love for Lord Krishna, and while dancing, they hope that Sham comes to them and joins them. Radha and the gopis sing and dance as they show their affection towards Lord Krishna, and upon his arrival, they become overjoyed as he joins them. Radha is enveloped in divinity through her dancing. She is crazy for Sri Krishna, as all Krishna bhakts are, as all Krishna devotees are. Ladies and gentlemen, Freeport Hindu School.
Ah
जीवन अति रंगीन अस्ति. Life is no doubt colorful with all different types of experiences. I want you all to put your hands together once again for the colorful dancers. If we don't encourage the youths of the nation, then who will? It is the elders who hold the key to experiences. But the elders have no energy, but they only have the key to experiences. The youth of the nation have all the energy, but no experience. Hence, it is the duty of the nation to bring together in marriage the experience of the elders and the energy of the youth. Only then can we take the country to a different level. A successful individual is that individual who can lay a firm foundation with all the bricks thrown at him by others. In the year 2024, we have seen worldwide the return of Prabhu Ramchandraji in Ayodhya. The world stood for a moment just to witness such a moment, the return, the coming of Prabhu Ramchandraji. Devotees in the Caribbean, here in Trinidad and Tobago, they also experienced something similar when we experienced the Ram Lala that was brought to Trinidad and Tobago, which we had a recent program just about a month ago. But there is someone else, together with Sri Ramchandraji, there is someone else that eternally experiences the rasa, the essence of serving Prabhu Ramchandraji. He came to Trinidad with our ancestors since 1845. And that individual has remained in our hearts for generations. Let us welcome on stage, as we join together with the Isha Kirtan Acharyas, the glorification of Pavanaputra Hanuman, the greatest bhakta of Prabhu Ram Chandraji.
Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Rama, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Pavanaputra Hanuman ki Jai. Ram Lakshman Janaki Jai Bolo Hanuman ki. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Jai Hanuman, Jai Hanuman, Jai Hanuman, Bolo Jai Hanuman. Ram Lakshman Janaki Jai Bolo Hanuman ki. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Jai Hanuman, Jai Hanuman, Jai Hanuman, Bolo Jai Hanuman. Vayudev Gagan mein, Anjaneya Dev mein, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Jai Hanuman, Jai Hanuman, Jai Hanuman, Bolo Jai Hanuman. Vayudev Gagan mein, Anjaneya Dev mein, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Jai Hanuman, Jai Hanuman, Jai Hanuman, Bolo Jai Hanuman. Wo bole ape Hanuman dora, anjaan kariya bole ape Hanuman dora. Bole ape Hanuman dora, anjaan kariya bole ape Hanuman dora. Shri Hanuman da bole ape Hanuman dora, Shri Ramachandra bole ape Hanuman dora. Bole ape Hanuman dora, anjaan kariya bole ape Hanuman dora. Bolo re Ram na Paramananda Ram Ram. 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 Paramananda Ram Ram, Paramananda Ram Ram. Paramananda Ram Ram, Paramananda Ram Ram. Paramananda Ram Ram, Paramananda Ram Ram. Paramananda Ram
I'm sure you will agree with me that the energy of the youth and the energy of the performances we've seen thus far is very, very high. So another round of applause for our performers, please. Wherever you go in the world, whenever you hear these sounds, you immediately feel at home. You feel a sense of relief, you feel a sense of comfort because you grew up hearing these sounds. This instrument is unique. It is our instrument. And though it has been copied, it is our instrument. It was born in the 1800s. It has a unique tone. It has been used in so many genres of music, including Hindi films. So, declared the national instrument of our twin island state, the steel pan is a versatile instrument capable of playing any kind of music. The group that is about to play music for you was formed in 2013, the Provi QRC Steel Orchestra, and this group is a combination of students from two prominent schools, Providence Girls Catholic School and Queen's Royal College, both of which are located in our nation's capital in Port of Spain. These vibrant and versatile young musicians are here to thrill you with a medley which includes Gerwa, Mata Rani Ka Dhyan Dhariye, Om Jai Jagadish Hare, that familiar aarti that everybody knows. Let's enjoy sweet, soothing music on the national instrument of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the steel pan. All the music has been arranged by Miss Kimberly St. Clair, Mr. David Simon, who's the principal of Queen's Royal College, Mrs. Krishal Govind from Providence Girls Catholic School, the principal of Providence Girls Catholic School. Our musicians are ready to start, so ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Provi QRC Steel Orchestra.
when an instrument can be turned into a musical piece, when an instrument can bring out its melody, when an instrument can captivate the attention of the listener, that instrument is no doubt worthy of being played. And this evening here, we are very fortunate to have heard from the steel pan. I want you to put your hands again, once again, for the national instrument of Trinidad and Tobago. Efficiency is the capacity to bring proficiency into expression. That can only come about if the individual is inspired. You and I should be the greatest source of inspiration to ourselves. When we are inspired, others will be inspired by our presence. When it comes to musical instruments, Tasa in this country of ours, this beloved country, Twin Islands of Trinidad and Tobago, Tasa has become very infectious. The moment you hear the Tasa begins to roll, the feet begin to tap. Sometimes the waist begin to go left and right. But the rhythm of the Tasa is so infectious. Even if you want to sit quietly, it's difficult for an individual. जब ढोल बजाते हैं, जब तबला बजाते हैं, जब तासा बजाते हैं, इतना मधुर है. How sweet is a musical instrument. It invokes something deep within the hearts of an individual. The Swaha Hindu College, the Tasa group, presents a performance of traditional Tasa drumming, reflecting the shared cultural heritage between Trinidad and Tobago and Bharat or India. Rooted in the Indian rhythms and developed into a distinct Caribbean art form, the Tasa remains a vibrant part of our local identity. This performance includes the rhythms such as tikora, nagara, steel pan, and dingole. It is in honor of the visit of the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji. Let's welcome on stage the Swaha Hindu College.
Swaha Hindu College, ladies and gentlemen, receiving strong support from the crowd. All our schools are demonstrating very, very high levels of excellence. And in that regard, let me introduce the next school to perform for you, Robert Village Hindu Primary School. And what they are going to do is Lokpriya. You know, when a song becomes very popular with the people, it is Lokpriya. This is a folk song. And the reason why folk songs, folk instruments were included in our curriculum was to keep the history and the traditions of our Purvaj, our forefathers, alive. The Sanatan Dharma Mahasabha started in the year 1952. And with 150 mandirs and over 50 schools, many, many programs were instituted, one of them being the Bal Vikas Vihar program. And this takes place in the primary school system of the Sanatan Dharma Mahasabha schools. The folk song you're about to hear is written in both Hindi and Bhojpuri languages. It describes the contribution and preservation of our cultural heritage by the Sanatan Dharma Mahasabha through its primary schools Bal Vikas Vihar program. This program was the vision of the late Satnarayan Maharaj and was started in 1985. Various aspects of our culture like music, singing, dancing, and art are highlighted and continue to be a part of the school's cultural curriculum. This is important because what we learn from our elders, what we learn as children, we continue to do in our adult years. So, ladies and gentlemen, Robert Village Hindu Primary School with a folk song.
Om Shri Sa Se Mole
folk songs or lok geet in every village in Bharat Desh, the folk songs in every continent of the villages, of the villages, it highlights a story. It brings about the lifestyle of such individuals. In a sad mood, in a joyful mood, in a playful mood, all these bring out the rasa, the essence or the moods within the individual's heart. And the songs from the Robert Village Hindu School, the folk songs, the Lok Geet, evokes a sense of joy, a sense of contentment, a sense of happiness. Next in our program, but before we go there, faith is to believe what you do not see. But it is the reward of which is you see what you believed. Datavyam iti yad danam diyate nupakarine deshe kale cha patre cha tad danam satvikam smritam. A gift which is bestowed with a sense of duty, knowing fully well it is our duty to give, and do not expect anything in return, should be given to the correct recipient, the right place, and the right time. Such a gift is considered to be sattvic or pure by nature. The International Sai movement has been very heavy on seva. The Paje Sai Center was started in 1980 in keeping with the teachings of Sri Satya Sai Baba, in which he says, as I quote, "I have not come to disturb the faith of any, but rather to enrich his own faith in his life." We shall join together with the Paje Sai Center as they join together in glorifying the divine through Kirtanam. Let's put our hands together and welcome the Paje Sai Center.
गजवरना गणनाता गजवरना विनायका गजवरना गणनाता गजवरना विनायका सीधी विधाता शिवतनया विधाता शिवतनया बुद्धि प्रदायक गजानना बुद्धि प्रदायक गजानना पार्वती नंदन भव भय वंदन पार्वती नंदन भव भय वंदन युग युग वंदित जय श्री गणेश युग युग वंदित जय श्री गणेश गजवदना गणनाथा गजवदना विनायका गजवदना गणनाथा गजवदना विनायका सीधी विधाता शिवतनया सीधी विधाता शिवतनया बुद्धि प्रदायक गजानना बुद्धि प्रदायक गजानना पार्वती नंदन भव भय वंदन पार्वती नंदन भव भय वंदन युग युग वंदित जय श्री गणेश युग युग वंदित जय श्री गणेश गजवदना गणनाथा गजवदना विनायक का
वो प्यारी नयन हमारी साई हमारी आवो
आओ प्यारे नयन हमारे साई हमारे आओ
तुम भी न कोई नहीं रखवाली
तुम बिन कोई नहीं रखवाले
तुम भी न कौन सहारे
बाबा तुम बिन कौन सहारे
तुम भी न कौन सहारे अब साई प्यारी
तुम बिन कौन सहारे आओ साई प्यारे
तुम बिन कौन सहारे अब साई प्यारी
तुम बिन कौन सहारे आओ साई प्यारे
अब प्यारी नयन हमारी साई हमारी
आओ प्यारे नयन हमारे साई हमारे आओ
तुम बिन कोई नहीं रखवाली
तुम बिन कोई नहीं रखवाले
तुम बिन कौन सहारे
बाबा तुम बिन कौन सहारे
तुम बिन कौन सहारे अब साई प्यारी
तुम बिन कौन सहारे आओ साई प्यारे
तुम बिन कौन सहारे अब साई प्यारी
तुम बिन कौन सहारे आओ साई प्यारे
साई हमारी आवो
साई हमारे आओ
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 आवो प्यारी नयन हमारी साई हमारी आवो
प्रशांति साई प्रशांति बाबा प्रशांति साई प्रशांति बाबा शिवाय शिवाय नमः शिवाय 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 नमः शिवाय 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 नमः शिवाय 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 नमः शिवाय हे प्रशांति साई प्रशांति बाबा प्रशांति साई प्रशांति बाबा शिरडी साई कृष्ण कन्हाई शिरडी साई कृष्ण कन्हाई नमो नमो साई भजो भजो बाबा नमो नमो साई भजो भजो बाबा साई नमो नमो 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 साई नाथा 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 प्रशांति साई प्रशांति बाबा प्रशांति साई प्रशांति बाबा शिवाय शिवाय नमः शिवाय 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 नमः शिवाय 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 नमः शिवाय 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 नमः शिवाय हे प्रशांति साई प्रशांति बाबा प्रशांति साई प्रशांति बाबा शिरडी साई कृष्ण कन्हाई शिरडी साई कृष्ण कन्हाई नमो नमो साई भजो भजो बाबा नमो नमो साई भजो भजो बाबा साई नमो नमो 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 साई नाथा 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 प्रशांति साई प्रशांति बाबा
When the mind is engaged in glorifying the divine does not gain anything. Rather, the individual who glorifies the divine, the mind of such an individual is established in equilibrium. Samatva. Samatvam yoga uchyate. That state of equilibrium of the mind is called yoga, where the individual has united the individual self with the Supreme Self. Work without faith and prayer is like an artificial flower without fragrance. It gives me great pleasure to welcome to the podium an individual, the chairman of the organizing committee of this program here this evening, for the welcome of the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, India. I welcome Amit Alag, the chairman of the organizing committee of Namaste Modi. Amit Alag is an esteemed figure in social and community endeavors. He has successfully led various landmark events, including the inaugural Ayodhya consecration celebrations in Trinidad and Tobago in 2024, and the highly acclaimed Ram Lala recently in 2025. A Bachelor of Commerce graduate, Mr. Alag also has contributed significantly to the national initiatives, including the development of the Integrated Performance Management System and the Information Resolution Communication Portal for the Office of the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Let's put our hands as we welcome the Chairman of the Organizing Committee of Namaste India, Mr. Amit Alag.
All protocol observed. Honored heads and officials of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, esteemed visiting heads and officials of the Republic of India, and our beloved diaspora. Namaskar and Jai Sri Ram. On behalf of the organizing committee of Namaste Modi, I extend heartfelt greetings to each and everyone of you gathered here on this auspicious occasion to welcome the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to our beautiful twin island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. We extend our deepest gratitude to our Honorable Prime Minister, Shrimati Kamala Prasad Bisesar, Senior Counsel, and the Government of Trinidad and Tobago for their gracious support and wholehearted facilitation of this historic event. I also wish to thank our vibrant community for turning out in such large numbers to be a part of this momentous gathering. A special mention of deep appreciation goes to His Excellency Dr. Pradeep Singh Rajpurohit ji and the dedicated staff of the High Commission of India for their tireless efforts and unwavering commitment in making this occasion a reality. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has inspired millions through his strong leadership, steadfast commitment to progress, a deep love for the Indian diaspora across the world. His vision keeps us rooted to our heritage, strengthens our culture, unites us in a spirit of peace and shared prosperity. May this historic event bring our nations even closer together and create new opportunities for collaboration and growth in years to come. Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome you all with folded hands and open heart, and I leave you with this sweet tradition. होठों पे सच्चाई रहती है, जहां दिल में सफाई रहती है, हम उस देश के वासी हैं, हम उस देश के वासी हैं, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है. धन्यवाद. जय सिया राम.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अमित जी. I was just asked to highlight a scenario in which the emergency exit road to the highway, individuals have parked their vehicles there. You are kindly requested to move your vehicles from that emergency exit road to the highway, because if you don't, the police will assist you. The wreckers will assist you at your cost. Please cooperate with all the volunteers and all the officials. So kindly, those who are parked on the exit road, Zone A, those who are parked in Zone A, kindly go to your vehicle and remove your vehicle from that area, which is an emergency exit to the highway. Thank you very much. I now invite Shara ji.
Thank you, Ravi Bhai, and you all hearing. I need some assistance, please. Ruby Khan Gupta has a lifelong passion for music, and this has defined her extraordinary journey to become one of Trinidad and Tobago's most cherished cultural icons. From the moment she stepped onto the stage in the 1980s, her melodious voice and commanding presence have captivated audiences across the globe. Her artistry, rooted in tradition and elevated by heartfelt expression, has earned her a place among the most respected vocalists in the Indo-Caribbean diaspora. She has proudly flown the red, white, and black of her homeland on stages both near and far, representing Trinidad and Tobago with elegance and distinction. Her talent has taken her to India, where she performed at the prestigious Taj Hotel and various high-profile cultural events, further cementing her international appeal. She has shared the stage with musical legends such as the late Nitin Mukesh, Usha Mangeshkar, and Anup Jalota. So these experiences speak to her caliber of vocal prowess. Ladies and gentlemen, Ruby Khan Gupta. Memories, memories. We're going to welcome on stage now a very unusual artist. And if you hear his name, depending on which circle, which genre of music you enjoy, I am sure you will know the individual. Anthony Michael Stanley Batson. So, if you like chutney, if you like Hindi film songs, if you like Ramayan, if you like anything among all those genres, then Anthony Michael Stanley Batson is the artist for you. His philosophy is one which says that music can unite people, erase barriers of all kinds, and encourage love. And we know that music is the language of love. He is a unique individual, and you will meet one such upcoming artist later on in the program. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy the versatility of Anthony Batson with Chandni Jaisa Rang Hai Tera. So, hands together for Mr. Batson. Again, there is an urgent appeal for those of you who love your vehicles to please tend to them, remove them, please. Thanks.
Namaste, Sitaram, and a pleasant good afternoon to each and every one of you. Let's all clap our hands. चांदी जैसा रंग है तेरा, हाँ चांदी जैसा रंग है तेरा, सोने जैसे बाल, एक तुम ही धनवान है गोरी, बाकी सब कंगाल। चांदी जैसा रंग है तेरा, सोने जैसे बाल, एक तुम ही धनवान है गोरी, बाकी सब कंगाल। एक तुम ही धनवान है गोरी, बाकी सब कंगाल। जिस रास्ते से तू गुजरे वो फूलों से बन जाए, जिस रास्ते से तू गुजरे वो फूलों से बन जाए। तेरे पहले के को कमलात सोते बाग जगाए, जो पथ का चूली गोरी तू हो रे रावण जाए। तू जिसे खो मिल जाए वो, हाँ तू जिसे खो मिल जाए वो है जाहे महालमा, एक तुम ही धनवान है गोरी, बाकी सब कंगाल। चांदी जैसा रंग है तेरा, सोने जैसे बाल, एक तुम ही धनवा है गोरी, बाकी सब खनगाल। पे रंग हूँ उस पर क्या क्या रंग जमाते लोग, जो पे रंग हूँ उस पर क्या क्या रंग जमाते लोग। तू ना जाने कैसे रूप चुरा के लोग, ये नजरे बर देके तुझको आते जाते लोग। झेल छबीली रानी तोरा, झेल छबीली रानी तोरा घूंघटवा अनका, एक तुम ही धनवा है गोरी, बाकी सब कंगाल। चांदी जैसा रंग है तेरा, सोने जैसे बाल, एक तुम ही धनवान है गोरी, बाकी सब खनगाल। थैंक यू।
Beloved friends, we're going to have a little part of the program where there's going to be an interruption, meaning a short break for about 15-20 minutes. The reason why, for the onstage props to be there by the Indian team. So those who have not moved their vehicle from Zone A as yet, you are given the time, 15-20 minutes time, and they shall set up all what is required on the stage. Then we continue with the rest of the performances. So you have 15-20 minutes to get your vehicles out of the way so that the police will not have the difficulty in doing their job. So you have 15-20 minutes to meet, greet and so on, and thank you all very much.
So you own a business, have an event you want people to know about. You want to spread the word to as many people as possible that your product or service exists. Call AdWorks International. AdWorks is an advertising agency which utilizes professionals in radio, television, and print advertising to help you get your company's message across. Your ad will be noticed by more people, more quickly. AdWorks from concept to completion will deliver an ad that works. AdWorks International. Call 416-832-7293.
Brampton Crematorium and Visitation Center provides a complete range of cremation and memorial services. With customized exclusive facilities, Brampton Crematorium and Visitation Center, together with Ajax Crematorium and Visitation Center, two facilities serving one community. Brampton Crematorium and Visitation Center, Titty Bramwin Court in Brampton, and Ajax Crematorium and Visitation Center, 384 Finley Avenue in Ajax. Call us at 905-458-2222 and speak to our funeral director, available 24 hours, 7 days a week.
Organizing an indoor or outdoor special event? Trust D's Tent Rental. Choose from our wide variety of tents, tables, chairs, custom lighting, and much more. We pride ourselves on providing speedy, reliable, professional service. Our experts can help with space management and crowd flow. All of our rentals are properly cleaned and sanitized before delivery. Let D's Tent Rental do it right. D's Tent Rental. We've got you covered. Call 647-522-7566 or email us at dstentrental@gmail.com.
When thinking of shipping a barrel, box, or sending money back home, think of the name you can trust. Think Loparcan. Loparcan has been serving our community for over 25 years, and a significant portion of every dollar spent at Loparcan goes to work in our community, here and back home. Together, we are making a difference. For your shipping and money transfer needs, call Loparcan 416-292-4370. Loparcan, the name we can trust.
This July, the world's best collide. Right here in Guyana. Home heroes, the Guyana Amazon Warriors return with fire to challenge the reigning champs, the Red Bull Riders. And champions from Australia, New Zealand, and the UAE join the battle.
Blocked away leg side and it flies for 6.
It's the clash of T20 champions. Get your tickets now at Warriors Box Office and at GSLT20.com.
Imagine an all-inclusive vacation that offers everything plus your culture, your cuisine, and your music. Join this all-inclusive vacation to Cancun on August 7th to 14th. You get all your meals, your drinks, duck cooking competition, and live entertainment. Plus, you are among your very own West Indians. Enjoy your vacation with your fellow West Indians in Cancun on August 7th to 14th. Flights, hotels, meals, drinks, duck competition, and entertainment starts at $21.96. Invite your friends and families to meet up in Cancun, Mexico. Call TravelSpan in New York at 212-243-0865. In Canada, call 647-557-6200. In Guyana, call 227-1735. In Trinidad, call 645-1604. And again, in Canada, that's 647-557-6200.
Starlight Family Restaurant, serving the best in Guyanese Chinese food. Dine in, takeout, and catering available. Monday to Friday lunch specials from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. And all meat is halal. Daily drink and food specials. Open 7 days a week at 11 a.m. 1157 Ellesmere Road, southeast corner of Midland and Ellesmere in Scarborough. 647-352-4994. As well, follow us on Instagram at InStarlight. And also check us out online at InStarlight.com. Call us today for your catering needs or to book your private event.
When thinking of shipping a barrel, box, or sending money back home, think of the name you can trust. Think Loparcan. Loparcan has been serving our community for over 25 years, and a significant portion of every dollar spent at Loparcan goes to work in our community, here and back home. Together, we are making a difference. For your shipping and money transfer needs, call Loparcan 416-292-4370. Loparcan, the name we can trust.
Touch up on West Indies, blowing them big trees, hot sun and cool breeze. You already know. West Indies, under the palm trees, hot sun and cool breeze. Trinidad the board. Nowhere in the world you could live so happy. From tongue to the valley, we love gal and party, and we don't trouble nobody. No, no. From the highlands to the city. My sweet twin island, red, white, black when you sweet. Because Trinity the bone, yeah. What's a wine and mash up the road, yeah. Oh, Caribbean beauty. Little Moody. She's so in love to be in West Indies, blowing them big trees, hot sun and cool breeze. You already know West Indies, under the palm trees, hot sun and cool breeze. They go to the bone. It's my twin islands, where we live like vacation. All talk conversations, that's what we love. Every year is mass across the nation. Them gal ways in rotation. If you just have some patience, you'll find your home. From the highlands to the city, my sweet twin island. Red, white, black when you sweet. So you do you, my love. Is you I'm so proud of. Because you're Trinity to the bone, yeah. What's a wine and mash up the road, yeah. Caribbean beauty. Hot and groovy. Little Moody. She's so in love to be in West Indies.
Sweetness in abundance everywhere. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love of my country. Sweet, sweet TNT. All this sugar can't be good for me. No, 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 no. Sweet TNT.
नंद जसोमत की करो सोह प्रवीण सार निज ही मेरे गृह भलो प्रेम विबस मन लाय यही गुण पाची ना लिखो रहो जिया मों तुम प्रीतम मन में बसे पाटी बाचट का श्यामयोरी 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 अब मारे गली भर सच श्यामयोरी हमारे गली भर सच श्यामयोरी 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 अरे श्यामयोरी हमारे गली भर सच श्यामयोरी मारे गली भर सच श्याम मैं जमुना जल 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 बारन जल बरसात शाम मोरे गिरली बहारो बरसात शाम मोरे रे बरसात शाम मोरे गिरली बहारो हमारे घर भर Shamayo re Shamayo re Shamayo re Shamayo re Shamayo re Shamayo re Shama अब हमारे घर बरसत श्यामायो रे हमारे घर बरसत श्यामायो रे दरी बेचन मैं दरी बेचन मैं जात वृंदावन जात दरी बेचन में जात वृंदावन जात बरसत शाम मोरे गिंदुरी बहायो बरसत शाम मोरे गिंदुरी बहायो अब हमारे घर बरसत श्यामायो रे हमारे घर बरसत श्यामायो श्यामायो रे श्यामायो रे श्यामायो रे श्यामा अब हमारे गली बरसत श्यामायो रे हमारे गली बरसत सूरशा श्याम सूर श्याम रे सूर श्याम बड़ा जोरी नहीं मानत बड़ा जोरी नहीं सूर श्याम बड़ा जोरी नहीं मानत बड़ा जोरी नहीं भरल गगरिया श्याम धर भरल गगरिया श्याम धर कायोरी श्याम धर अब हमारे गली बरसत श्यामायोरी हमारे गली बरसत श्यामायोरी देव हमारे गली बरसत श्यामायोरी श्यामायोरी हमारे गली बरसत श्यामायोरी हमारे गली बरसत श्यामायोरी Thank you very much.
Well, we wanted to step in a little bit while we take a break in transmission, bringing you the live feed out of Trinidad and Tobago, where we have the visiting Prime Minister of the Republic of India visiting. I just want to take a time out to extend to my mother's, whose birthday is today, a happy birthday. So mommy, happy birthday, and we'd come over as soon as we could, but as you know, we're working right now. But on behalf of all your children, grandchildren, and in-laws, want to wish you Allah's choicest blessing on this your birthday. Happy birthday, Ma.
चांद छुपा बादल में शर्मा के मेरी जाना नाना चंदा तू नहीं आना वरना सनम चला जाएगा नाना चंदा तू नहीं आना वरना सनम चला जाएगा
Happy birthday going out to Lazina Aziz on this her birthday, with Allah's choicest blessing from all her children, grandchildren, and of course the in-laws. Again, special greetings are coming to you from baby Nadia, not forgetting Wendy, Justin, and yours truly, Richard Aziz. We love you, Ma.
वो ही भला बोलो कैसे करें हम
सावन की राह जैसे देखी मोर है रहने भी दो जाने भी दो अब छोड़ो ना मुंह मोड़ो ना ये समा कुछ और है
चांद छुपा बादल में शर्मा के मेरी जाना सीने से लग जा तू बल खा के मेरी जाना गुमसुम सा है गुपचुप सा है मदहोश है खामोश है ये समा हाँ ये समा कुछ और है ओ हो चांद छुपा बादल में शर्मा के मेरी जाना सीने से लग जा तू पल खा के मेरी जाना नजदीकियां बढ़ जाने दे
अरे नहीं बाबा नहीं अभी नहीं नहीं नहीं
ये दूरियां मिट जाने दे
अरे नहीं बाबा नहीं अभी नहीं 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 दूर से ही तुम जी भर के देखो
तुम ही कहो कैसे दूर से देखूं
चांद को जैसे देखता चकोर है चांद छुपा बादल में शर्मा के जाने जाना
सीने से लग जा तू पल खा के मेरी जाना
trouble no one. But if you trouble this man, it will bring a bam bam. What a bam bam. What a bam bam. Bam bam bilam bam bam. Bilam bam bam. Rowdy and Rick.
Tell me so one thing I just can't understand. One thing I just can't understand. What make them talk about me ambition? What make them talk about me ambition? They say some of them ask me where we get it from. Some of them ask me where we get it from. I told them no, no, it's from creation. I told them no, no, it's from creation. Bam, what a bam bam, bam bam bilam bam bam, bam bam bilam bam bam. Say what a bam.
रखो लो सजा के तुझे सीने से लगा के आजा गले लगे जा, गले लगे जा. ख्वाब बना के तुझे दिल में छुपा के रखूं मेरे पास या, मेरे पास या. डूब मुलाकातों में, काली रातों में, बातों ही बातों
आजा ख्वाब बना के तुझे दिल में छुपा के रखूं मेरे पास या डूब मुलाकातों में काली रातों में बातों ही बातों में दिल दे दिया
तेरी बातों में सुलझा जिया बैठे ही बैठे मैंने दिल खो दिया तेरी बातों में सुलझा जिया बैठे ही बैठे मैंने दिल खो दिया
There's no one above it. We all need some loving, some kissing and hugging. Like yeah. You can't live without it. Yeah, I used to doubt it, but now that I found it, yeah. My baby's got ooh angel life. Yeah, my baby's got ooh angel life. Yeah, my baby's got ooh angel life. Yeah, my baby's got ooh angel life.
Tell me so one thing I just can't understand. One thing I just can't understand. Say what make them talk about me ambition. What make them talk about me ambition. They say some of them a ask me where we get it from. Some of them a ask me where we get it from. I told them no, it's from creation. I told them no, it's from creation. Bam, what a bam bam, bam bam bilang, bam bam, bam bam bilang, bam bam. Say what a bam bam.
Rowty and Rick Ram.
Who can wine? Gentle wine. Who can wine? Gentle wine. Who can wine? Gentle wine. Who can wine, girl? Stand for wine. Who can wine? Gentle wine. Who can wine, girl? Stand for wine. Who can wine? Gentle wine. Who can wine, girl? Stand for wine. Who can wine, girl? Stand for wine. Who can wine, girl? Stand for wine. Girl, stand for wine.
मोरे गारी सुनो महाराज ऐ दुल्हे राम लला मोरे गारी सुनो महाराज ऐ दुल्हे राम लला
दुल्हे राम लला दुल्हे राम लला
मोरे गारी सुनो महाराज ऐ दुल्हे राम लला मोरे गारी सुनो महाराज ऐ दुल्हे राम लला
Here comes the Barat. Welcome the Barat. Here comes the Barat. Everybody know, celebrate.
दुल्हे के बप्पा देखो अजब से जय है दुल्हे के बप्पा देखो
अरे दुल्हे के पप्पा देखो अजब सजे है दुल्हे के पप्पा भला जैसे राजा महाराज ऐ दुल्हे राम लला भला जैसे राजा महाराज ऐ दुल्हे राम लला मोरे गारी सुनो महाराज ऐ दुल्हे राम लला
Here comes the Barat. Welcome the Barat. Here comes the Barat. Everybody know, celebrate.
दुल्हे के आजा देखो अजब से जय है दुल्हे के आजा देखो
अरे दुल्हे के आजा देखो अजब
Who can run, girl? Stand to wine. Who can wine? Stand to wine. Who can run, girl? Stand to wine. Who can wine? Stand to wine. Who can run, girl? Stand to wine.
दुल्हे के मैया देखो अजब सजे है दुल्हे के मैया देखो और दुल्हे के मैया देखो अजब सजे है दुल्हे के माता देखो भाला जैसे रानी हो महारानी हो आज मोरे लालन सजे भाला जैसे रानी हो महारानी हो आज मोरे दुल्हे बने मोरे कारी सुनो महाराज ऐ दुल्हे राम लला
Who can wine? Stand to wine. Who can run, girl? Stand to wine. Who can wine? Stand to wine. Who can run, girl? Stand to wine.
This session is Bacchanal, 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 Bacchanal.
Indian cooking rice, dog and dal. And when they beat the liquor, it's bacchanal. Indian cooking rice, dog and dal. And when they beat the liquor, it's bacchanal. When we jamming with chutney, we just drink and be happy. We don't care about nobody. Pass another shot to me and get some bad. Indian cooking rice, dog and dal. And when they beat the liquor, it's bacchanal. Indian cooking rice, dog and dal. And when they beat the liquor, it's bacchanal. When they tell you drinks flowing, bacchanal. When we get is bacchanal. River line is bacchanal. Bacchanal. I come from Trinidad, I love Guyana, Suriname and Canada. My friends in America, we live like family, with love and unity. We don't bother nobody, nobody don't bother we. So come let we take a drink and get on bad. Indian cooking rice, dog and dal. And when they beat the liquor, it's bacchanal. Indian cooking rice, dog and dal. And when they beat the liquor, it's bacchanal. When they tell you plenty lime is bacchanal. Waist belting, bacchanal. All our we is bacchanal. Bacchanal. When we liming by the river, we go turn a pot on the chulha. We jump in the water, oh gosh, the water cold. It's time to hit a shot and heat up we soul. So come let we take a drink and get on bad. Indian cooking rice, dog and dal. And when they beat the liquor, it's bacchanal. Indian cooking rice, dog and dal. And when they beat the liquor, it's bacchanal. Madam ting ting, ting madam ting ting, ting madam ting ting, ting madam ting ting. When you tell them plenty lime is bacchanal, waist belting bacchanal, all our we is bacchanal, bacchanal. Indian cooking rice, dog and dal. And when they beat the liquor, it's bacchanal. Indian cooking rice, dog and dal. And when they beat the liquor, it's bacchanal. Yo, it's the music boss. Telling it
दाल राइस और भाजी दाल राइस और भाजी दाल राइस और भाजी दाल राइस और भाजी अपनों को प्यार से खाना खिला दो दाल राइस और भाजी अपनों को प्यार से खाना खिला दो दाल राइस और भाजी 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 अपनों को प्यार से खाना खिला दो दाल राइस और भाजी अपनों को प्यार से खाना खिला दो दाल राइस और भाजी रोए रे गवाले रोए बिरज की गैया बिछड़ रहे मुझे शाम रे सुना सुना लागी रज का धाम गोकुल को छोड़ चले रे घनश्याम बोल सके ना धरती पंछी असवन से भरने ना असवन से भरने ना पिंजरे के नैना नदियाँ रोए गिरवर रोए ले कान्हा का शाम रे सुना सुना लागी रज का धाम गोकुल को छोड़ चले रे घनश्याम प्रेम दीवा राधा रानी भर नैनन में पानी हो प्रेम दीवानी राधा रानी भर नैनन में पानी सुबक सुबक कहे हाय रे कान्हा हाय रे कान्हा हाय रे कान्हा सुबक सुबक कहे हाय रे कान्हा तूने पिढ़ा के पीर न जाने कैसे कटेगी तुम बिन साथी जीवन की अब शाम रे सुना सुना लागी रज का धाम गोकुल को छोड़ चले रे घनश्याम सुना सुना लागी रज का धाम गोकुल को छोड़ चले रे घनश्याम
Own a business, have an event you want people to know about. You want to spread the word.
And at this moment, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bosessa, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, has just arrived. We take you to the velodrome for her arrival as all the guests are asked to stand.
Trinidad and Tobago flags? Where are those Trinidad and Tobago flags? Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have your seats. Thank you, Prime Minister. Greeting our ministers and the Attorney General.
Well, as you can see, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, has just arrived, and of course all patrons were asked to stand. They were just asked to sit, as she is in fact taking her seat, but her ministers were waiting for her to take her seat, as she has just done. Of course, we still await the arrival of the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India. He is still to come to attend this community diaspora event, as it is in honor of Modi ji. And as you can see there, Namaste Modi. And we've already got through almost half of the event, half of the program, with still some to come. And we are all awaiting the addresses by both the Prime Ministers of Trinidad and Tobago and, of course, of India. That too is soon to come here at the National Cycling Velodrome. I just want to make note that I know that there were some reports of traffic on the event, on the roads actually, and just to let people know that if they are in fact listening to us on Talk City 91.1 FM or on TTT Live Online or even TTT, that the PBR, the priority bus route, has in fact been open, and that's been open from 5:30 till 10:30 today. So there is that option. that will be taking place. There will also be traffic restrictions tomorrow, as the Prime Minister of the Republic of India will be here for 2 days, today being the first day, and tomorrow as well, when he actually will be visiting the President and also Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and there are traffic restrictions on for that as well as today. So the public is asked to take note of that as well, so that they can make the necessary arrangements, which will be happening tomorrow. Even tighter measures are going to be taking place from 4 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will be affecting some streets in like St. Vincent, Abercrombie, Knox and Duke, plus Circular Road and Cipriani Boulevard. And also taxi routes for St. Anne's and St. James will also be temporarily relocated. And just take note, police have been empowered to tow any illegally parked vehicles, so you're urged to plan ahead. And there, of course, we see the ministers in the government of Trinidad and Tobago. They too just arrived during the 20-minute break, and so many of the patrons there gathered around them basically to greet them. There were many calls for safety reasons not to gather in certain places while the ministers entered, and there you see they've already taken their seats as they await either the arrival of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, or for the event to return. That's, of course, the community diaspora event that is, in fact, taking place right now at the National Cycling Velodrome. The Prime Minister of the Republic of India, he came in just about maybe at about 3:45 this afternoon. And, of course, there was a military parade that was on for him. He then headed to the Hyatt Regency Hotel and left there a little while ago. And so he should be there shortly, as we see flags of both Trinidad and Tobago and India being given out to the ministers as they are seated just in front of the stage at the velodrome, and many other patrons as well. They also have flags of both countries, both of India and of Trinidad and Tobago. We also saw many flags on the tarmac being waved of both countries as the country welcomed the Prime Minister of the Republic of India. So we await to see whether we are going to be continuing on with the program, or, well, in fact, we will be awaiting the arrival of the Prime Minister of India.
We are going to share power.
And so much of the program has gone already, and if you're just joining us, you did miss a treat, but we've still got so much more to go, because, like I said, we still have more songs, ghazals, qasidas to come. There's more pan as well to be played. We are also going to be hearing from Rupal Gidhari, Ravi and Nisha B. Dance, some more dance from the Kala Mandir dancers. That's an Indian classical dance. Sintra Suku is also going to be doing a local classical song. Neval Chetlal, beautiful voice he has. He's also going to be singing, Savita Singh. And as I mentioned as well, the national instrument of Trinidad and Tobago that has to shine, of course. This is the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Joshua Regrello will be playing that rendition on pan. So we look forward to all this still to come as the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago arrived beautifully dressed in her sari, greeting all her ministers, as we do see some people moving around just a little bit at the velodrome, and they're getting ready to settle in for the rest of the proceedings here this evening, as we are now head just after 7 o'clock, which is the scheduled arrival for the Prime Minister of the Republic of India. So we await to see if that is going to happen, or, as I said, if we're going to be going ahead with the rest of the proceedings today. Now, I mentioned as well today about the traffic restrictions. Remember today as well, from 10 p.m. yesterday, Wednesday, until 10 p.m. Friday, no parking will be allowed on Dock Road, Post Office Road, and parts of Wrightson Road. So there will be no parking. And remember as well, vehicles parked illegally will be towed. So please take note of that. There is no parking to be done there.
Our beautiful country, we have our Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Pasad Bisasa in the house. Make some noise! Tassa man, roll the Tassa. Trinidad and Tobago must show India the culture, the fusion, the tapestry. Play the Tassa, DJ, turn it up as we get ready to welcome India to Trinidad and Tobago. Good evening.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen who are standing to the back, my voice not as good as Senator Anil Roberts, but Prime Minister Modi is not coming in yet. So please take your seats. Senator Roberts, just set up the people. Please take your seats. When Prime Minister Modi is here, our Prime Minister will go and greet him and you will know. Okay, I am so sorry. I saw a lot of people with the cameras out shaking. So no, he'll be here momentarily. All right? And DJ, keep uplifting music, please not no. All right? Thank you so very much. Go ahead.
Action talk and no one matter how that we run the east, west, the north and south. Let them know so that them can't get me out. Anything that them fear, I have to talk about.
बाहों में भर के चूमू लबों को चाहत
Well, it would seem just a little while ago, Minister Anna Roberts kind of riled up the crowd for the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, TASA and everything and all of that, maybe anticipating the arrival of the Prime Minister of India, but he has not yet arrived. But when he did arrive earlier this morning at Piarco International, he did post. He's got his own page, of course, and he said, landed in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. I thank Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bosasa, distinguished members of the Cabinet and MPs for the gesture of welcoming me at the airport. This visit will further cement bilateral ties between our nations. Looking forward to addressing a community program a few hours from now, which has arrived because we are awaiting his arrival to the event. So we are in fact standing by for that. That's at the community diaspora event that's taking place at the National Cycling Velodrome. So he did post that maybe a couple hours or so ago when he landed in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, he is actually on a 5-nation tour, and this is the second country of his 5-nation tour. He just actually flew directly from Ghana to Trinidad and Tobago, and he's going to be spending, of course, 2 days here today and tomorrow, after which he is going to be flying to Argentina, then to Brazil, and then to Namibia. So that will take his 5-nation tour, which is what he's on currently. He's spending about approximately 2 days in each of those countries as he visits and strengthens ties between those countries in which he's visiting. He did also say, while he was in Ghana, he said India today is home to over 2,000 political parties, and this diversity is not a challenge, it is our strength. He went on to say that India is often called the mother of democracy, and for us, democracy is not merely a system of governance, it is a way of life, deeply rooted in our fundamental values. He says, for thousands of years, we have upheld democratic principles, from the ancient Republic of Vaishali to the wisdom of the Rig Veda, one of the world's oldest scriptures, which says, let noble thoughts come to us from all directions. This openness to ideas lies at the heart of our democratic ethos. India today is home to over 2,000 political parties, 22 official languages, and thousands of dialects. This diversity is not a challenge, it is our strength. It is also why those who have come to India across centuries have always been welcomed with open hearts, and all that coming from Prime Minister Modi as he was on his way just on the interim between Ghana and Trinidad and Tobago. He also mentioned with Ghana that, they've elevated their ties to a level of comprehensive partnership, and we have yet to hear what these agreements, what these partnerships with Trinidad and Tobago are going to entail, and we actually look forward to when both Prime Ministers in a short time. So we are in fact waiting for that. Of course, as I said, there are more entertainment items as well taking place for this community diaspora event that's coming to you live from the National Cycling Velodrome. We see people are actually sitting. There's some beautiful music playing in the background. The DJ is actually playing quite a variety of songs. A lot of the filmy songs, some of the older ones, some of the newer ones, and a really nice, beautiful mix of the music that's coming out from there as we do in fact await the arrival of the Prime Minister of the Republic of India. So that's coming shortly. So stay with us here on TTT Live Online, and of course Talk City 91.1 FM.
So you own a business, have an event you want people to know about. You want to spread the word to as many people as possible that your product or service exists. Call AdWorks International. AdWorks is an advertising agency which utilizes professionals in radio, television, and print advertising to help you get your company's message across. Your ad will be noticed by more people more quickly. AdWorks from concept to completion will deliver an ad that works. AdWorks International. Call 416-832-7293.
Imagine an all-inclusive vacation that offers everything plus your culture, your cuisine, and your music. Join this all-inclusive vacation to Cancun on August 7th to 14th. You get all your meals, your drinks, duck cooking competition, and live entertainment. Plus, you are among your very own West Indians. Enjoy your vacation with your fellow West Indians in Cancun on August 7th to 14th. Flights, hotels, meals, drinks, duck competition, and entertainment starts at $21.96. Invite your friends and families to meet up in Cancun, Mexico. Call TravelSpan in New York at 212-243-0865. In Canada, call 647-557-6200. In Guyana, call 227-1735. In Trinidad, call 645-1604. And again, in Canada, that's 647-557-6200.
A nation united for one powerful night of praise and worship. It's the One Guyana Worship Experience. Monday, July 7th, CARICOM Day at the Guyana National Stadium, Providence, starting from 6 p.m. Join us for an unforgettable evening featuring international award-winning gospel ministers Chandler Moore, Todd Dulaney, Samuel Midas, Renwick Dewsbury. Out of Jamaica, the viral sensation, Prince Saj, also ministering. Faith Korika, Cheryl Maloney, Timothy Roberts, Apostle Sean Sobers, Miriam Williams, Joshua Joe, and many more. The One Guyana Worship Experience, Monday, July 7th at the National Stadium. Admission is absolutely free, but you must secure your passes through your local churches, online, and designated outlets across the country. One nation, one people, one worship. The One Guyana Worship Experience. Don't miss it.
Ignight Sounds presents Independence Jam, traditional chutney versus Bollywood music. Thursday, July 3rd, 2025. No work the next day. Live on stage, Rakesh Shankaran, Terry Gatra, Satnarayan Raghu, Himlata Dindia, Amit Sagram, Rodney Reckless, Richie Gaidin from RG Band, Anthony Prasad, and Anuj D. Hosted by MC Shanaz. Music by DJ Fast and Backyard Republic. Early bird tickets $40. Doors 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. at the Liberty Palace, 13311 Liberty Avenue, Richmond Hill, New York. VIP tables and info. Call 917-732-3942. Get your tickets at St. Jyoti Shop, Forget J3 or ticketgateway.com.
Farex Freight System Limited, a global leader in freight forwarding, providing trucking and warehousing services across Canada and the US of A. Farex Freight System Limited provides air and ocean freight globally. To engage our services, please email us at info@farex.com.
This July, the world's best collide. Right here in Guyana. Home heroes, the Guyana Amazon Warriors return with fire to challenge the reigning champs, the Red Bull Riders. And champions from Australia, New Zealand, and the UAE join the battle.
Blocked away leg side and it flies for 6.
It's the clash of T20 champions. Get your tickets now at Warriors Box Office and at GSLT20.com.
Starlight Family Restaurant, serving the best in Guyanese Chinese food. Dine in, takeout, and catering available. Monday to Friday lunch specials from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. And all meat is halal. Daily drink and food specials. Open 7 days a week at 11 a.m. 1157 Ellesmere Road, southeast corner of Midland and Ellesmere in Scarborough. 647-352-4994. As well, follow us on Instagram at InStarlight. And also check us out online at InStarlight.com. Call us today for your catering needs or to book your private event.
present to you Sachin Budram.
And we're hearing the beautiful violins and taking us back in time a little bit, well, maybe a whole lot, as we also see the arrival of the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, and he has arrived. We can see dancers greeting him, Tasser as well, as once again we see a red carpet that he is walking. Of course, the ministers, Trinidad and Tobago ministers are there with him as well, Barry Padarath, as well as other ministers, as he makes his way inside the National Cycling Velodrome. The Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago will also be greeting him, as you would have heard, possibly heard the announcement a little earlier on, that she will also be greeting him when he does arrive, as you see her there seated and waiting for him. He's most likely going to be seated next to her, which is in the forefront, is basically directly in front of the stage where all the activities are taking place, and she's holding in her hands both a flag of Trinidad and Tobago and of India. So he is making his way in, of course, ever since the airport, Piarco International Airport, when he landed, and all the ceremonies were done, the inspection of the troops, the regiment. He was just bombarded by media, and the same as when he went to the Hyatt as well, and here as well. So it's a little bit of a tough crowd to try to get through to get to his seat where he is supposed to be, but he is making his way there. And then pretty much not too soon afterwards we are going to be continuing with the program as well. So he is going to get some good programming, as you hear the round of applause there as he has in fact entered the velodrome itself, the National Cycling Velodrome, and some of the ministers are actually getting to their feet to greet him as he makes his way to his seat.
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये मन अभिमान ना आने रे वैष्णव जन तू तेने कही है जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही सकल लोक सहुने वंदे सकल लोक सहुने वंदे नीना न करे के नीरे वाच काच मन निश्चल राखे धन धन जननी तेनी रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए पीड़ पराई जाने रे वैष्णव जन तो वैष्णव जन तो वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही हरे रामा 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 रामा राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे राम 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 बोलो राम जय जय राम बोलो राम जय जय राम प्लीज ऑल क्लैप बोलो राम जय जय राम बोलो राम जय जय राम बोलो राम जय जय राम सीताराम 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 ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरो नाम सबको सन्मति दे भगवान ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरो नाम सबको सन्मति दे भगवान रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम जय जय रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन प्लीज ऑल सिंग टुगेदर रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम पतित पावन सीताराम पतित पावन सीताराम 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 राम राम 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 सीताराम राम सीताराम सीताराम सियावर रामचंद्र की जय श्रीनाथ माता की भारत माता की Thank you very much. A round of applause for Trinidad and Tobago and India.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we all stand for the arrival of Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi. You will be greeted at the steps.
Let us give a resounding warm welcome to the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Shri Narendra Modi ji. Let us show the entire world the welcome that we are giving the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. Let me hear your voices. Please remain standing. Please remain standing for the national anthems of both Bangladesh, India, and that of Trinidad and Tobago. Please remain standing as I kindly request both Prime Ministers अपने आसन ग्रहण लीजिए. I kindly ask both Prime Ministers to please take their seats. अपने आसन पर ग्रहण लीजिए. Please be seated. देवियों और सज्जनों, ladies and gentlemen, मैं आप सभी लोग को प्रणाम करता हूं और सभी लोग का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं. My humble prostrations and a warm welcome to each and everyone. All protocols observed. Pranams to all the heads and officials of Trinidad and Tobago and the visiting heads and officials of Bharat Desh. It is indeed my honor and privilege and an opportunity for a grandson of the Jahaji indention, एक छोटा सा गांव हिलसा जिला बिहार से हमारे पूर्वज आए, to welcome the Pradhan Mantri of Bharat Desh to our shores, the respected entourage, the current High Commissioner, Mananiya Rajpurohitji and staff. We are here this evening to celebrate not just a state visit, but a timeless bond, a bridge between two proud nations, Bharat Desh of India and Trinidad and Tobago. Tonight we are truly honored to have with us two distinguished leaders who exemplify bala, strength, drishti, vision, or ekata, unity. Two leaders who share similar growth in public affairs that reads like a narrative from an ancient text. Barefooted, whether tilling the soil, planting the rice fields, the lagoon as we call it, or selling chai on the pathway of life. Making these footsteps from humble beginnings to honorable prime ministers of different countries in the world. I extend a warm swagatam, a warm welcome to the honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Bharat Desh, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and our very own honorable Prime Minister, the beloved Kamla Prasad Bisesa ji. This is not just a diplomatic occasion, but a cultural homecoming. As we all know, 180 साल पहले, 180 years ago, हमारे पूर्वजों बाहर से छोड़ करके, भारत देश से छोड़ करके, ये देश पहुंच गए. They arrived here on the shores of Trinidad and Tobago. They brought with them not just manual labor in the cane fields, but a bhasha, a language, a cuisine that is infectious, a music, a value system that continue to enrich the Trinidad and Tobago soil and society. That legacy lives on in Ram Leela, in the beats of the tacit drums, Bhojpuri folk songs, various dance art forms, Holi, Deepavali, and the list goes on. Prime Minister Modi's presence here today is a recognition of the enduring connection. It is my privilege to invite our Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Kamla Prasad Bisesa ji, a lawyer, a long-standing politician, and the second-time Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Let's stand as we welcome on stage Shri Kamla Prasad Bisesa ji, Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Can I say namaste, Sitaram, good evening, everyone. Our very distinguished guest of honor, Sri Narendra Modi ji, Prime Minister of the Republic of India. Honorable Jai Shankar, Minister of Foreign Affairs, all other ministers and the delegation from the Republic of India, cabinet ministers, parliamentary secretaries, His Excellency High Commissioner of India and his lovely wife, and may I say, His Excellency the High Commissioner of India has worked really hard with us. Can we give him a round of applause, please? All senior government officials, distinguished guests, members of the Indian diaspora, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I say again, namaste, Sitaram, and good evening. This evening, we are graced by the presence of someone near and dear to us. We are graced by a leader whose visit is not just a matter of protocol, but a profound honor for us. And so I am deeply privileged to join everyone here to welcome one of the world's most respected, most admired, visionary leaders, the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, and his delegation on this very historic state visit to Trinidad and Tobago. Prime Minister Modi, your presence is a great inspiration to all of us, particularly to the Indo-Trinidadian community, whose roots are planted in the same blessed Indian soil from which you emerged. This special community diaspora event is part of a packed schedule of official engagements, including an address to a joint assembly of our parliament, and that will take place tomorrow, as well as the signing of several memoranda of understanding between our two nations. So tonight we honor the revered cultural and familial bonds between our people. These bonds transcend time and distance, uniting us in a shared history and a shared future. Prime Minister Modi, you are a transformational force who has refined governance of India and positioned your country as a prominent and dominant global power. Through your visionary and futuristic initiatives, you have modernized the Indian economy. You have empowered over 1 billion citizens, and above all, you have instilled pride in the hearts of all Indians all over the world. And yet it's not only your governance, sir, but it's your reverence for heritage that has brought us together tonight. On your first visit to our country, you were not then Prime Minister, but as part, a cultural ambassador as part of the World Hindu Conference in 2002. Today, sir, you return as the head of a government of more than 1.4 billion people. You return as a distinguished and celebrated leader whose influence transcends boundaries. We bow to you, sir. What inspires this gathering most is your enduring commitment to the Indian diaspora, promoting culture, history, and the spirit of our shared journey. The ties that bind India and Trinidad and Tobago are not merely diplomatic in nature. These are ties of ancestry, of kinship, of sacrifice, and of love. We are bound by history, by shared struggle, and we're bound by common dreams. The journey that began 180 years ago in 1845 with the arrival of Fatal Razak at Nelson Island has evolved into a story of resilience, transformation, and success. Those early Indian migrants left behind everything except their language, their faith, and their culture. They crossed the Kalapani, the dark waters, once believed to sever the soul from the sacred. But today, we have reimagined that journey. We have moved from Kalapani to Pana Bandhan, waters of unity. Water not as a divider, but as a bond that unites our people. And in this spirit, we embrace ocean of unity, an enduring oceanic connection between India and Trinidad and Tobago. We are the grandchildren of Mother India, separated by oceans, but always remain united by enduring love and respect. This union is best captured in a poem, sir, that you once wrote, Sri Modi ji. And I will share some of the words from your poem. In the recesses of my mind, I travel far into the past, and each face I see unfolds a memory. My recall comes with ease, each visage easily recognized. Nothing stays hidden, for this is the truth plain to see, that our companions, with whom we suffered, never forgotten, together endured those sufferings. They become the journey in the end. Yes, Sri Modi, our people have suffered, but they have endured. And their endurance became the foundation of our nations. Somewhere in the distant echoes of time, somewhere in the annals of history, our ancestors are rejoicing at your visit, whispering through the winds of memory, their spirits stirred by the sacred reunion of their scattered children. This blessed moment affirms what we already know. The ties that bind our two nations are truly unbreakable. Under your leadership, India has extended its hand to the world, but never more so. Through your compassion, through your benevolence, with the vaccines initiative 4 years ago, when COVID-19 pandemic brought the world to its knees, while some other countries were hoarding medical supplies, you, sir, you ensured that vaccines and supplies reach even the smallest nations, including Trinidad and Tobago. Through your benevolence, you brought hope and calm where there was fear. I say again, this was more than diplomacy. This was an act of kinship. This was an act of shared humanity. This was an act of love. And this is one of the many reasons we are deeply proud to bestow upon you, Excellency, the Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Our nation's highest honor tomorrow will be conferred. We are all threads in the same human fabric, bound not by circumstance, but by compassion, resilience, and the timeless truths of our shared heritage. So, Honorable Prime Minister, let us continue this journey together as partners, as brother and sister, and as proud children of a most enduring heritage in history. This ocean of unity, this is our legacy, this is our love. Thank you, sir, and may our people continue to strive forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Srimati Kamala Prasad Bisesa-ji, for your words of inspiration and encouragement. As the Prime Minister exits the stage, the moment we have all been waiting for. Please join me in welcoming a visionary leader whose voice resonates across the globe, the Honorable Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Shri Narendra Modi ji. आसन पर गए जाइए, प्लीज बी सीटेड.
Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Bisesar ji, members of the Cabinet, all the dignitaries present today, members of the Indian diaspora, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. Sitaram. Jai Shri Ram. Can you mark something? What a coincidence. It is a matter of immense pride and joy for me to be with all of you this evening. I thank Prime Minister Kamala ji for her wonderful hospitality and kind words. I arrived a short while ago in this beautiful land of hummingbirds. And my very first engagement is with the Indian community here. It feels completely natural. After all, we are part of one family. I thank you for your warmth and affection. Friends, I know that the journey of the Indian community in Trinidad and Tobago is about courage. The circumstances your ancestors faced could have broken even the strongest spirits, but they faced hardships with hope. They met problems with persistence. They left the Ganga and Yamuna behind, but carried the Ramayana in their hearts. They left their soil, but not their soul. They were not just migrants. They were messengers of a timeless civilization. Their contributions have benefited this country culturally, economically, and spiritually. Just look at the impact that you have all had on this beautiful nation. Kamala Prasad Bisesar ji, as the first women Prime Minister of this country, Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangalu ji, as the female president, late Sri Basdev Pandey, the son of a farmer, rose to become Prime Minister and a respected global leader. Eminent math scholar Rudranath Kapil Dev, music icon Sundar Popo, cricketing talent Darren Ganga, and Shivdas Sadhu, whose devotion built the temple in sea. The list of achievers goes on. You, the children of Girmitia, are not defined by struggle anymore. You are defined by your success, your service, and your values. Honestly, there must be something magical in the doubles and dal pudi, because you have doubled the success of this great nation. Friends, when I last visited 25 years ago, we all admired the cover drives and pool shots of Lara. Today, it is Sunil Narayan and Nicholas Puran who ignite the same excitement in the hearts of our youth. Between then and now, our friendship has grown even stronger. Banaras, Patna, Kolkata, Delhi may be cities in India, but there are also names of streets here. Navratra, Mahashivratri, Janmashtami are celebrated here with joy, spirit and pride. Chautal and Baithak Gana continue to thrive here. I can see the warmth of many familiar faces here. And I see curiosity in the bright eyes of younger generation, keen to know and grow together. Truly, our bonds go well beyond geography and generations. Friends, I know of your deep faith in Prabhu Shri Ram. एक 180 साल बीतल हो, मन न भूलल हो, भजन राम के हर दिल में गुंजल हो. The Ram Leelas in Sandi Grandi and Dow village are said to be the truly unique. Ramcharitmanas says, Ram Dhamada Puri Suhavani Lok Samast Vidit Ati Pavan. It means the holy city of Prabhu Sri Ram is so beautiful that its glory is spread across the world. I'm sure you all welcome the return of Ram Lala to Ayodhya after 500 years with great joy. We remember you had sent holy water and silas for building the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. I have also brought something here with a similar sense of devotion. It is my honor to bring a replica of Ram Mandir and some water. And water from the river Saryu in Ayodhya. Janmabhumi Mamapuri Suhavani. Uttar Disi Bah Sarju Pavani. Jam Majjante Binahi Prayasa Mama Samip Nar Pavahi Basa. Prabhu Sri Ram says that the glory of Ayodhya springs from the holy Saryu. Whoever takes a dip in its water finds eternal union with Sri Ram himself. सरयू जी और पवित्र संगम का ये जल आस्था का अमृत है. ये वो प्रवाहमान धारा है जो हमारे मूल्यों को, हमारे संस्कारों को हमेशा जीवंत रखती है. You all know that earlier this year, the world's largest spiritual gathering, the Mahakumbh, took place. I have the honor to carry water from the Mahakumbh also with me. I request Kamala ji to offer the holy waters of the Saryu river and Mahakumbh to the Ganga Dhara here. May this holy water bless the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Friends, we deeply value the strength and support of our diaspora. With over 35 million people spread across the world, the Indian diaspora is our pride. And I have often said, each one of you is a Rashtradoot, an ambassador of India's values, culture and heritage. This year, when we hosted the Pravasi Bharati Divas in Bhubaneswar, Her Excellency President Christine Karla Kangaluji was our chief guest. A few years ago, Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Bisesarji had also honored us with her presence. At the Pravasi Bharati Divas, I announced several initiatives to honor and connect with the Girmitia community across the world. We are mapping the past and bringing people closer for the bright future. We are actively working on creating a comprehensive database of the Girmitia community, documenting the villages and cities in India from which their ancestors migrated. Identifying the places where they have settled, studying and preserving the legacy of the Girmitia ancestors, and working to organize World Girmitia conferences regularly. This will support the deep and historic ties with our brothers and sisters in Trinidad and Tobago as well. Today, I am happy to announce that OCI cards will now be given to the 6th generation of the Indian diaspora in Trinidad and Tobago. You are not just connected by blood or surname. You are connected by belonging. India looks out to you. India welcomes you. And India embraces you. Friends, प्रधानमंत्री कमला जी के पूर्वज बिहार के बक्सर में रहा करते थे। कमला जी स्वयं वहां जाकर भी आई है। लोग इन्हें बिहार की बेटी मानते हैं। People in India consider Prime Minister Kamala ji as the daughter of Bihar. यहाँ उपस्थित अनेक लोगों के पूर्वज बिहार से ही आए हैं। बिहार की विरासत भारत के साथ ही दुनिया का भी गौरव है। लोकतंत्र हो, राजनीति हो, कूटनीति हो, हायर एजुकेशन हो, बिहार ने सदियों पहले दुनिया को ऐसे अनेक विषयों में नई दिशा दिखाई थी। मुझे विश्वास है 21वीं सदी की दुनिया के लिए भी बिहार की धरती से नई प्रेरणाएं, नए अवसर निकलेंगे। Like Kamla ji, there are many people here whose roots lie in Bihar. The heritage of Bihar is a matter of pride for all of us. Friends, I'm sure everyone among you feels proud when India grows. For New India, even the sky is not the limit. You all have must cheered when India's Chandrayaan landed on the moon. The place where it landed, we have named it Shiv Shakti Point. You must have also heard the news recently. An Indian astronaut is on board the International Space Station even as we speak. We are now working on a manned space mission Gaganyaan. The time is not far when an Indian will walk on the moon and India will have its own space station. हम अब तारों को सिर्फ गिनते नहीं हैं, आदित्य मिशन के रूप में उनके पास तक जाने का प्रयास करते हैं। हमारे लिए अब चंदा मामा दूर के नहीं है। हम अपनी मेहनत से असंभव को भी संभव बना रहे हैं। India's achievements in space are not just ours. We are sharing its fruits with the rest of the world. Friends, India is the fastest growing major economy in the world. Soon, we will be among the top 3 economies of the world. The fruits of India's growth and progress are reaching the most needy. भारत ने दिखाया है कि गरीबों को सशक्त करके, एम्पावर करके गरीबी को हराया जा सकता है। पहली बार करोड़ों लोगों में विश्वास जागा है कि भारत गरीबी से मुक्त हो सकता है। The World Bank has noted that India has lifted over 250 million people above extreme poverty in the last decade. India's growth is being powered by our innovative and energetic youth. Today, India is the 3rd largest startup hub in the world. Nearly half of these startups also have women as director. Nearly 120 startups have got unicorn status. National missions for AI, semiconductor, and quantum computing are becoming the new engines of growth. In a way, innovation is becoming a mass movement. India's unified payments interface or UPI has revolutionized digital payments. Nearly 50% of the world's real-time digital transactions take place in India. 50%. I congratulate Trinidad and Tobago for being the first country in the region to adopt UPI. Now, sending money will be as easy as sending a good morning text message. And I promise it will be faster than West Indies bowling. Friends, our mission manufacturing is working to make in India a manufacturing hub. We have become the world's second largest mobile manufacturer. We are exporting railway locomotives to the world. Our defense exports have increased 20-fold in just the last decade. We are not just making in India, we are making for the world. As we grow, we are ensuring that it is of mutual benefit to the world. Friends, today's India is a land of opportunities. Whether it is businesses, tourism, education, or healthcare, India has a lot to offer. Your ancestors took a long and difficult journey over 100 days across the seas to reach here, Saat Samandar Par. Today, that same journey takes just a few hours. I encourage you all to visit India more in person, not just virtually on social media. Visit the villages of your ancestors. Walk the soil they walked on. Bring your children, bring your neighbors. Bring anyone who enjoys chai and a good story. We will welcome you all with open arms, warm hearts, and jalebi. With these words, I thank you all once again for the love and affection you have shown to me. I especially thank to Prime Minister Kamalaji for honoring me with your highest national award. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. नमस्कार. सीताराम. जय श्री राम.
Let's all stand. Thank you very much, Prime Minister Modi ji, for inspiring us with your words of deep commitment towards our shared cultural heritage. I kindly request the Prime Minister of Bharat Desh, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to join the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago down from the stage. हम उस देश के वासी हैं, हम उस देश के वासी हैं, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है, होठों पे सच्चाई रहती है, जहाँ दिल में सफाई रहती है। हम उस देश के वासी हैं, हम उस देश के वासी हैं, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है। Ladies and gentlemen, what a powerful sight to see these two leaders united in friendship and a shared purpose. May the bond between Bangladesh, India and Trinidad and Tobago continue to grow for generations to come. Let us all put our hands together and express our greatest appreciation to both Prime Ministers of Trinidad and Tobago and Bangladesh.
Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Modi is just taking a short walk on the side, saying hello. Let's hear it for Prime Minister Modi.
So as we can see, the Prime Minister, the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, taking a short walk, as they say, just around the velodrome, and also accompanied by the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Kamala Prasad Basesa, and they are taking that walk after having given the two addresses from Trinidad and Tobago and then again from India. And two very strong, powerful addresses there, as the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago spoke about the MOUs that will be, in fact, signed tomorrow. That will be on the second day of his visit. She also spoke about modernized Indian communities and empowering citizens, as well as back in 2002, which was the first time that the Prime Minister of India would have come to Trinidad and Tobago as a cultural ambassador. Now he returns as a leader, and that would be the Prime Minister. She also mentioned the Indian diaspora, culture and history ties, historical ties, and the struggles and common dreams that both two countries have. She also mentions, which is something that we would have grown up with, the Kalapani, how Indians left behind everything, and once you cross that Kalapani, we weren't allowed to return to India. She mentioned that as well. But she said that now we have moved on and we've moved forward from that, and we're now an ocean of unity, both Trinidad and Tobago and India. She also said that the ties that bind the two nations are unbreakable, and she mentioned the vaccines that were supplied to Trinidad and Tobago from India, how they offer that quite openly, as we shared a kinship, humanity and love. And hence, she said, it's one of the reasons why the Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago will be conferred on him tomorrow. So that is also going to be taking place. And of course, she thanked him for everything that he has helped Trinidad and Tobago with. And then, of course, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, gave his address where he talked about the immense pride and joy to be with everyone and thanked Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Basesa. He said also that being here feels completely natural, as we are all part of one family. He said that we faced hardships with hope, persistence, carry the remind in our hearts, not just the migrants, but we're messengers in Trinidad and Tobago. He said that the Indian contribution benefited culturally, economically, and he also mentioned the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Kamala Prasad Basesa, as the first woman Prime Minister, also Christine Kangaloo as the first female president of Trinidad and Tobago. He spoke, of course, of the late Basdev Pandey, son of a farmer who also rose to be the Prime Minister, Rudranath Kapildeo, Sundar Popo, Darren Ganga, all these who contributed to Trinidad and Tobago. And he said that we're not defined by struggle anymore, but by success and our value. And there must be something magical, he said, and I probably have to agree with him in this one, in doubles and Dalpuri. He also mentioned that as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't finished the program. We still have some more items to keep your attention before you leave. Remember, I said security is not going to allow you to leave. And our Prime Minister will take her exit shortly. So please remain where you are. Please remain where you are. Our Prime Minister will take her exit.